back. This is part 7 of Ace Attorney Investigations Miles Edgeworth for the Nintendo DS, and perhaps the finale, but I'm not quite sure yet as I'm starting this, because I know that this case is a long one, so, well, it's gonna be all dependent on how fast I can progress to that final case, whether or not I will be done today. I don't think, if I have enough time to be done today, I don't think I would have enough time to play anything else this afternoon anyway, because I think this is gonna fill the whole allotted time that I have today at least, and maybe then some for the next stream, unfortunately. So, well, let's not waste any time, because it's the best way to not be done today, so I lost enough time already as it is. I've left the Mask the second investigation to Francisca and returned to Babal. I suppose my first order of business should be to look into Babal's statue. Mr. Edgeworth! Ah, that was Kay. So, okay, what's the situation? Oh, it's great. Investigating is so much fun. In other words, they've made absolutely no progress. You aren't goofing off, honest, sir. You've been investigating our hearts out. Very well, then. Would you care to give me an update on your investigation? Oh, we've had a really fun time, sir. I knew it. Zero progress. In any case, Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir? You have permission to enter the Alabastian embassy, is that correct? Yup. As a local detective, I'm helping out with investigations on both sides, sir. Good. In that case, I can leave these pieces of evidence with you. Well, they're decluttering my inventory. That's nice. They belong to the lady under the Pink Princess's mask. The Pink Princess? What kind of lady was playing her, sir? The kind that was also playing the role of the Pink Badger yesterday. Ugh! Oh, understood, sir. If I happen to run into her, I'll give them back to her. And if I don't, then I guess I'll unload them somewhere. He doesn't seem all that enthused to go find her, but I can't blame him. Evidence that has lost their value given to Detective Gumshoe. Now then, I don't believe I'll be needing this anymore either. What? Are you really going to throw that autograph away? Yes, because that Steel Samurai was a fake. Steel Samurai's autograph scrunched up into a ball and disposed of. Wait, what? What do you mean by fake? Now then, I believe it's time for a little housekeeping. Unnecessary evidence has been removed. Remaining evidence has been rearranged. Okay. That's good. It should make things easier. How is the investigation going in the Babalese Secretariat's office? Okay. Well, even though we found a few treasures, they've all been pretty much burned to a crisp. A treasure is a terrible thing to waste. Anyway, is there anything else I should know about? Oh, that's right. You know what I found in that office? A wooden bear carving. It's so cute. Can I have it? Huh? Can I? No, of course you can't. By the sound of things, it appears that there has been no progress in the investigation. Okay. Hey, you're not going back to Alabasta already, are you? No, not yet. I still need to gather a bit more information first. A ladder. Actually, that's a step ladder. Ha! They're gonna pull that one again. They're the exact same thing. No way. From their structure up, they're totally different. But of course, from a thief's perspective, the best kind of ladder is the rope ladder. A step ladder is much too heavy to carry around, after all. And from a prosecutor's perspective, any type of ladder is guilty of being dangerous during an earthquake. Bags full of cement, powder are stacked up here. I suppose they're for the renovation. Yeah, because I don't smell a drop of gold here, or any other treasure for that matter. Okay, the only scent you should detect in a place like this is the smell of sweat. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, that was pretty good play on words there. Ah, Gummy, don't randomly jump into one of our dialogues like that. Were you eavesdropping on us, Detective Gumshoe? No, it's not like that, sir. They're having a real time of it cleaning up after the fire. I suppose we should stay out here and investigate the stage some more then. Ah, so you're back now, are you, Mr. Edgeworth? You must be tired. Here, with these, you can eat whatever you'd like. And these are... discount tickets for our cafeteria. They open tomorrow at 10 in the morning. I appreciate the concern, however, these coupons do nothing for me right now. This open air stage, what function does it serve exactly? Well, normally we use it for a variety of events. It's all to attract that extra bit of attention to Babal. I heard that tonight, over in the Alabastian Rose Garden, Ambassador Alba was to give a speech, and you know what? Many told me that I really should give a speech too. Mr. Kowakin told you that? Yes, he did. Which is why I thought I should give a speech of my own. But unfortunately, I wasn't able to, because of the fire and the Takarasu started. Exactly. Ambassador Palaino, I'd like to ask you a little more about the Primitic statues. Oh, I see. Well, let me ask you this. Did you know that Alabast and Babal used to be the one country called Codopia? Yes, I know that much about your history. Well, the Primitic statue belonged to the founders of Codopia. At least that's how the story goes. It was bequeathed unto the king of Codopia as a symbol of the country's wealth. So it was meant as a symbol of sovereignty and the right to rule, I take it. Yes, that's right, which is why both countries are so adamant about their claim. We hold the real statue, therefore we hold the right to rule, is the reasoning. It's pretty petty when you think about it though, I suppose. But if Alabast and Babal were to re-establish relations, shouldn't that put an end to the squabbling over the statue? I have no reason to believe so. The Primitic statue is even more important now as a key to diplomacy. I wonder if Ambassador Palaino knows about what has happened to the very important key to diplomacy. Perhaps I should try showing him this key and see what he has to say about it. Ambassador Palaino, if you could please take a look at this for me. The Primitic statue sitting in Alabast right now actually belongs to Babal, so it would appear. I received a call from Mr. Von Karma about this earlier. Then you will understand why I wish to inspect Babal's Primitic statue immediately. Because the statue currently in your country's possession. Yes, well, I've already inspected it myself. And it is definitely Alabast's statue. I know because it's the real statue. Then you're saying that Babal's was a replica? I'm embarrassed to say it's true, even though I knew that someday it would be exposed. I received my orders from the leaders of Babal. And I was to negotiate with Ambassador Alba at this event. I was to negotiate with him and fix the results of the evaluation tonight, to say that we could not determine which statue was the real one. Why are you telling me this? Well, because you already figured it out. Our statue is just a hollow gold shell. Even if Babal were to lose face, the reunification of the country is what's important. I'm right in thinking that, aren't I? I'm not making a mistake, right? If you don't know yourself, then I won't pretend to know either. I never thought that by being betrayed by my own secretary, the real symbol of wealth would be given to me. Isn't it simply ironic? Ambassador Palaino, there's just one thing I'd like to ask you about. Yes? Oh, and don't worry, you can ask me more than just one thing, about 2 or 3. In exchange, I expect you'll be coming to Babal, yes? Thank you, but just one thing is all I require. Manny Kowakin, I'd like to ask you about this man who was your secretary. Sure, I'll tell you what I know. Thank you for your cooperation, Ambassador. He was, well, if I had to put it in one word, he was an able man. If there was ever anything I needed as an ambassador, he was able to get it for me. To think that a man like that had a hand in a smuggling ring right under my nose, going completely unnoticed. Actually, I suppose because he was an able man, I was unable to detect his dirty dealings. It sounds like Mr. Kowakin had a very sharp mind. Recently, Manny had been really busy since I became the Babalese representative at the Country Unification Council. He's been working tirelessly to cover my work for me. I'm sorry, but what is this Country Unification Council? Oh, well, you see, had tonight's event proceeded without a hitch, our two countries were to reunify and become one again. But I guess with how things turned out, that dream won't be realized anytime soon. I suppose not. Mr. Edgeworth, you look like you're enjoying yourself, Detective. Well, I don't have much else that I enjoy as much as a good investigation, sir. So, what did you find out? Ah, well... I take it he has found nothing of any particular use, as usual. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I got something really interesting from Ambassador Palaino. Oh, and what is this something interesting? This, sir. Wow, that's so pretty. I'm so jealous. That's a real treasure there. Why does the flame burn green, Detective? So apparently if you burn the special wit crystal oil that they only make in Babal, It burns this green color, sir. Interesting. So it's a special property of the oil. I suppose this is employed to force people to visit Babal should the oil run out. Hey, Gummy, what about these silhouettes? They stuck some cutouts on the outside of the lantern, so it would project the images. Oh, silhouette, huh? They are rather pretty, aren't they? Wait, what am I doing? I was supposed to be asking for an update on the investigation. Hey, what's wrong, sir? There's something I want you to investigate for me. Do you think you can do that much? Uh-huh. You got it, sir. Hey, that's not fair. Why is Gummy getting to do all the fun stuff? Well, that's because I'm Mr. Edgeworth's partner. Ah, I can't believe you took advantage of the confusion and stole my role as assistant. I expect the two of you to get along and work together like professionals on this. Silhouette lantern data jotted down in my organizer. Hey, where are you going? Are you heading back to Alabast? Yes, but before I do, I suppose I should give you a summary of what's happened. Oh, I see. Okay, thankfully I don't have to read it out. So there's been a murder in both countries using an object from the other country. That's the gist of it. Babal is just as strict as Alabast in their inspection of the people and things that enter the country. Meaning that somehow both murder weapons were smuggled into the two countries. That's the only logical conclusion that can be drawn. Perhaps the key to the weapon smuggling is the person who traversed both countries. You mean the fake Yatakarasu? In one way or another, the Yatakarasu is connected. Of this I am sure. Now then, where was the Yatakarasu first spotted? I believe it was the Rose Garden on the Alabastian side of the embassy. The garden is just on the other side of this boundary. It's where Ambassador Alba was to give a speech tonight. At least that's where I heard the Yatakarasu had appeared. In that case, I believe it's vital that I investigate the Rose Garden post-haste. Wait, before you go, take a look at this, Mr. Edgeworth. What? Is it? My guess is that it's a guitar pick. I picked it up just now over there. Do you think it'll be of any use? There's a little water on it. But how did the water get on it? It doesn't look like there's anything it could get wet from around here. I was thinking they have concerts here at this open-air stage from time to time, right? Alright, I'll find its owner later. Oh yeah, there's one more thing. Mr. Edgeworth, would you be willing to hold on to this? What is this? It's misused perfume. It's the bottle that woman left behind and that I found 7 years ago. I thought that one day it'd be of some use in tracking her down. So I kept it safe all this time. Yeah, all you would have to do is have Missile sniff it. And then maybe you could track down her location using the scent. Thank you, I'd be honored to hold on to it for you. Okay, so it would appear that the stage is also scheduled to be renovated. You know, I would love to perform on a stage like this. Something like the greatest great thief show. I should think it would be a bad idea for a thief to show their face to the world. What am I supposed to do then? That way? If I ever told you that you talk like an old foggy, I was merely reminiscing. Is that such a crime? I don't know, maybe in Japanese, the way he phrases it makes him sound like an old man, because this is something that you can spot a lot more easily in Japanese. I think I'll be returning to the investigation in Alabast now, but I know, I'll go back to Babal and do some more investigating there. March 14th, yeah, blah blah blah, Rose Garden. I see you're back, Miles Edgeworth. Francisca? How are things in Babal? Although I can't really say I expect much from Scruffy and that girl. The investigation into Manny Kwakin's death hasn't really progressed any. However, the investigation into the Yatakarasu has. Ah yes, the Yatakarasu. Even now I find it hard to believe. A person who can freely traverse between the two countries at will? Preposterous. Well, that's what I came here to investigate. I heard that this is where witnesses claim to have seen the Yatakarasu. That's correct. Ambassador Alba was to give a speech tonight here in Alabast, and that's when the Yatakarasu appeared. The shadow of the mysterious thief appeared and just as suddenly it vanished. Well, isn't that more like a shadow from a cutout in that lamp that the guy gave me? The lantern? After that, there was the fire at the Babali's embassy that the Yatakarasu started. I vow that not a single feather from the Yatakarasu shall escape my diligence. There was an overturned spotlight here. When the Atakarasu appeared, the audience that was waiting for the speech to start panicked. I suppose that's when someone must have knocked it over. I'm having a tough time visualizing the mass confusion that took place here. I thought to use my whip to capture the Atakarasu, however there were people in my way and I was unable to land even a single lash. I suppose this means that some of the poor saps were hit instead? A statue of a woman. I wonder if the lady is pouring water. It says that it's a statue of the queen who spoke of love to King Primedix. Well, Miles Edgeworth, it seems that you are lousy at reading a woman's heart. I opened my mouth about a statue and she somehow made the leap to that. There are roses scattered on the surface of the water, creating a pleasant fragrance. It's not just for aesthetics. This pool's water is also used in putting out fires. I see. Oh. The pool stopped filling itself automatically. The fountain spouts are set to stay open until the pool's water reaches a certain level. If this water is used to put out fires, I suppose it must be refilled to its normal level, which suggests that this pool was recently used somehow in the embassy. I guess I'll take some notes about it just in case. What was he doing there? How dare you surprise me like that? I'm sorry. Oh, hey, Edgy. Thanks for what you did back there. Your gratitude alone is enough. More importantly, Larry, this pool is not for your personal enjoyment. I know that. Do you really think that I'm the type to just jump into a pool and swim around for fun? Alright then. Did you by chance fall into the pool? Nice guess, but no dice. So you know my son, right, Edgy? Your son? I guess I kinda lost sight of him when I shook hands with the ambassador, and I'm pretty sure he was around here when I last saw him. You imbecile, how can you be so flippant at a time like this? What are you going to do if your son fell into the pool? And how old is this child of yours anyway? Huh? Oh, how old is he again? Larry, this is the first time I've heard of a son. Who exactly is the mother? The mother? Oh, that chick, the pink princess. Yeah, it's not really his son. Anyone could figure that out. The pink princess? Miss Von Karma, I was a bit confused by this man's words for a bit there. However, I believe what he is looking for is the doll of the Iron Infant. Yup, because I'm the Steel Samurai through and through, heart and soul. And the Iron Infant is my cute little son. So, you have given a whole new meaning to the phrase, an astounding fool. Larry, we have not seen hide nor hair of the Iron Infant, but rest assured that if we should find him, we'll let you know. Now, get out of there. Sounds good. In that case, I'll go search over there. Hey, wait! Well, it's not as if he'll get very far swimming around in that pool. And though he's unrelated to the murderers, he sure knows how to cause a lot of trouble. It would appear that this pool served its function tonight as an emergency water reservoir. The pool even refills itself to the preset water level, and when the planets align, the Steel Samurai appears from its depth. The statue bears a resemblance to the Primedix statue. The plaque says King Primedix and the battlefield. In order to save the Queen, King Primedix put his life on the line and went to war. So Primedix was actually a person of royal blood. I thought he was simply someone imitating a character from an ancient legend. Well, what surprises me is that a real person who looked like the Steel Samurai existed. I suppose there's that too. There is an overturned spotlight here. When the Atakarasu appeared, the audience was waiting. Yeah, that's the same thing as earlier. How is the investigation proceeding on your end? Langshi says, that's top secret. If you're going to attempt to imitate your superior, at least do it well. I don't suppose he believes in the accidental leakage of information. If you finished checking out all the bystanders? Yes, sir. And we found 14 counts of pickpocketing, 16 counts of illegal parking, and one person who ran a light, sir. Don't tell me you didn't find out anything related to the case. Sir, not a single thing, sir. Well, I can see that he is backed up by a company just as competent as mine. Well, for now, let's just get those other lawbreakers down to the precinct. Agent Lang, what if it isn't Mr. Prosecutor? I would just like to thank you for your assistance earlier. Make no mistake, it's not like I was trying to help you with what I did. After I left, did you receive word from Ambassador Alba? Word to wrap up our bodyguard assignment at the end of today. Oddly enough, we received word from HQ to return on an urgent matter. Heh, as if I can be so easily called away from this case after I've come this far. I swear that I'll find the truth and drag it out screaming into the light. You're with me on that, right, Mr. Prosecutor? If it's the truth you're after, then sure. You were working as Ambassador Alba's bodyguard at the time, so naturally you witnessed when the Yatakarasu appeared, correct? Yeah, I saw their thief alright with my own 2 eyes. The Yatakarasu was always there, lurking in the shadows, but when the spotlights were turned on for Ambassador Alba's speech, a shadow appeared. That's when the cries of, "It's the Yatakarasu," rang out. The next second the spotlight went out, and by the time we got to the area lit again, the deaf thief had vanished. When we investigated afterwards, we found that the reason the lights went out was because someone had unplugged the extension plug for all the outdoor electronics. Whether it was someone doing it on purpose, or simply a guest who had tripped over it, we don't know. But one thing is for certain, the Yatakarasu was here. So you're saying that basically all you saw was the thief's silhouette? If all you saw was a shadow, then it's entirely possible that the shadow belonged to someone else. Well, I agree, or something else. I can agree with Francisca on that one. I mean, it would be too easy otherwise. Good thinking, sis, you just might be right. If it weren't for the fact that there was no one else with that same shape, not among the staff or the audience members. My men have already done a thorough check of everyone, so I know I'm right. Someone else's shadow. That sounds like a plausible hypothesis. The suddenly appearing and disappearing shadow of the Yatakarasu. I believe I figured out its true origin. I expected no less from my subordinate. Now let's hear what you know on the subject. Okay. I haven't had a look at this yet, so... I mean, they even call it a silhouette lantern. What really casts the shadow of the Yatakarasu? That, maybe. Partially, anyway. The suddenly appearing and disappearing shadow of the Yatakarasu, is it not possible that it was created by this statue? You're playing me for a fool, Miles Edgeworth. This statue bears absolutely no resemblance to the shadow of the Yatakarasu. Maybe something else contributed to it. You are correct, however, this statue is but one part of the whole picture. What do you mean by only one part? What is the other part of the real form of the Yatakarasu's shadow? This one? The two combined? There were spotlights behind that one as well, so... It's another statue. The Yatakarasu's shadow was made from the shadows of these two statues. Made? What do you mean by that? Right now the spotlights are all over the place. This is because they were moved when the guests were in a panicked state. However, if we were to restore the lights to where they were when the thief appeared, you believe that the two shadows will create the Yatakarasu's shadow? Precisely. Now then, watch as I reveal the true form of the Yatakarasu. First, if we set up a spotlight to cast a shadow on King Primedix in the battlefield. The shadow of the king's statue would appear on the backdrop of the stage. Likewise, if we set the lights up on the queen who spoke of love to King Primedix, her silhouette would appear on the backdrop of the stage. So if we were to combine the two shadows, it looks nothing like the Yatakarasu's shadow. Yeah, maybe something else contributed to it. Well, if anything... How do you explain this grotesque shape? Calm down, Francisca. The way the light needs to be shown on the queen's statue is wrong. What do you mean by that? I believe that the whole of the king's shadow needs to be used for this to work. However, in the case of the queen, I don't believe her whole shadow is needed. Rather, the person who created the shadow only used one part of her shadow. Only one part? Yes. And that one part alone is enough to fill in the rest of the Yatakarasu's shadow. Why didn't you say that in the first place? You're right. I apologize. The hand? Maybe? Think back to what is missing in our shadow. 5 long thin areas, correct? Now, what does that remind you of? Well, that's exactly what I thought, actually, the 5 long things. It can only be the shadow of the Queen's left hand. Francisca, can we please adjust the spotlight's position so that it only shines on the Queen's left hand? It's all automatic. They are not letting me control anything. Yeah, this is exactly like the shadow I saw. The culprit must have changed the spotlight's positioning beforehand. But it might have been the Yatagarasu who did that, to create a diversion. And then pull the plug after people saw what the culprit wanted them to see. In their panic, the guests must have moved the spotlights around, which we can assume was also part of the culprit's plan. By the time the lights came back on, the Yatagarasu's shadow had vanished, which means that the shadow was a construction from the very beginning. So you see, the Yatagarasu never did visit Alabast tonight. The only country that the thief visited was Babal, although it can be assumed that the Yatagarasu had an accomplice in Alabast. An accomplice? But who? I haven't figured that out yet, but I assume it was the person who set up the shadow show. I sense that the biggest clue yet is to solving this case is the existence of this accomplice. How's the investigation going? Detective Bad, have you come to join us in investigating the Yatagarasu? I have left the murderer in Agent Lang's charge. And my only target from the very beginning is the Yatagarasu, so yes. So, what have you found? I've got a piece of evidence. May I see it? Sure, but you might regret it. We're here because we are ready to face whatever may come, so if you please. When people heard the commotion, bystanders started gathering, and one woman claimed, "I'm telling ya, I'm a genuine international journalist." She gave me an interesting picture. A journalist? Well, actually, she's a freelance cameraman. This is the photo I got from her. What in the world? The Yatagarasu is flying through the air? The times they are changing. It's not just man, but evidence. Even they lie to us now. When was this photo taken? Right after the fires? On the 4th and 5th floor were put out. It was taken from a nearby building that you can see the embassy from. I see, so this was taken after the fire. The blur in this picture took off from the Babalese embassy, flew over the boundary and headed for the embassy of Alabast. Objection! This is simply not possible. People are incapable of flight. Is that a fact? I've had the pleasure of dealing with a case involving a flying person once. Actually, come to think of it, I've come across a case like that as well. 2, actually. Maybe it happens more often than we think. Am I up to the task of solving the mystery behind this photograph? Well, the Yatagarasu took off... Shit. From there. Alright. I continue investigating on this side of the building. Alright, I'm counting on you. Welcome back, Mr. Edgeworth. Now come on, let's get back to our investigation. Yes, let's. Yeah, okay, so I'm free to go wherever I want now. Let's show her the photo, maybe. My stylus. I've only got one thing to say to this. The really Yatagarasu can't fly through the air. Okay. Well, she seems pretty sure about it. Is there really any place left we haven't checked out yet in the Babalese embassy? Babal, that's the one to the right, isn't it? Hold on. I have to answer that message. Yeah, obviously, if I'm taking so long, yeah, that's probably why I can't finish that game, but... Okay, is there really any place left we haven't checked out yet in the Babalese embassy? Interpol was conducting its investigation when you were being held by Agent Sheena. Because of that, I was unable to examine the fireplace and the Secretariat's desk. True, and since he's here, we should talk with Ambassador Palaido some more too. He looks so sad and lonely since Mr. Koaken died. Yes, he does, and you are correct. I have a few issues I still need to discuss with him. We should make the best of this opportunity. Okay, there we go. To think, after all that running around, we're right back where we started. It would appear that way. Fuck's sake. Hi, Mr. Edgeworth. Have you found Manny's killer yet? I'm terribly sorry, Ambassador Palaido, but I have yet to find this killer. Then I guess his murder really was the work of the Yatagarasu. Let's get one thing straight. It was the work of the fake Yatagarasu. The real Yatagarasu is a noble vigilante who is only out to steal the truth. Miss Faraday, please don't make such a sad face. If there's anything I can do for you, all you have to do is ask, alright? Mr. Palaido. Actually, there is one thing you can do. Will you allow us to take another look around? We didn't have enough time to conduct a thorough investigation earlier. Oh, sure, please feel free to investigate to your heart's content. Alright, we'll bring a smile back to Miss Faraday's face, and I'll gladly answer anything. Okay, well, let's ask him a few questions then. You're a total gentleman. You don't have to waste such nice words on me, Little Miss. Hey, Sir Palaido. Those two sure got chimney awfully quickly. You know, it's easy to say we're going to investigate, but where should we begin? We should probably start by comparing the state of this room before and after the fire. And then we should look into the matter of the suspicious person you spotted. Yeah, when I came into this room, that person was already gone, but I'm willing to bet that the person I was chasing is Mr. Koaken's killer. We don't know that yet. However, it's hard to believe that person is unrelated. Furthermore, because the key the Yatagarasu stole 7 years ago was found here, it signals that perhaps Miss Yu is also somehow involved. I knew it, that woman is almost definitely Mr. Koaken's killer. Yet again, we don't know that. There are too many mysteries to be solved in this case. Speaking of the Yatagarasu and mysteries, I received the most mysterious photo from Detective Bad. Uncle Bad? He's taking part in the investigation too? Yes, he has been chasing after the Yatagarasu for all these years. Uncle Bad. Now then, I was told that this photo was taken just after the fire. What? This kinda looks like the person in the long coat I was chasing. Does this mean that I was chasing the fake Yatagarasu after all? I don't know the answer to your question, but I don't think people can fly either. But this could be how that person escaped. Well, we'll need to investigate a bit more before we can say anything about that. In any case, let's not dawdle anymore and pick up our investigation where we left off. Fireplace. There's a fireplace in relatively the same location in the Alabastian office. I will maybe not read absolutely every line of dialogue out loud this time, so as to save a bit of time. If it was that traumatizing, why don't you try creating new memories with this fireplace? You could climb inside and we can play hide and seek. And come out covered in soot? I think not. You really have no sense of fun, Mr. Edgeworth. Yeah, I did mention I should talk to him. Okay, talking about these movements before the fire broke out. Which one? There was more than one tonight? Oh, I see. I guess you didn't hear about it. We had 2 fires here at the Babalese embassy tonight. What a bother all of that was. Wait, but the only fire we know about is the one after the Gemin Ninjas show. Ah, well, the first occurred at the start of the Jammy Ninjas show. Luckily, only the 4th and 5th floor of our embassy caught on fire. Not wanting to cause a panic among the theater's goers, we decided to keep it internal. Yeah, sure, the building is on fire, but let's not, like, make people go crazy. Yeah, you know. Why? Why would you do that? So the fire we witnessed was the second one. Come to think of it, didn't Detective Bad make reference to the first fire? When was this photo taken? Apparently right after the fires on the 4th and 5th floors were put out. I suppose this means that the photo was taken just after the first fire was put out. What was the extent of the damage in the second fire? The second fire was contained to this floor, the 3rd floor. I think it was leftover embers from the fire of the floor on the floors above it that caused it. That's, how should I put this? A very bad stroke of luck. Incompetence on the firefighter's part, I should say. You keep spraying even when there's no visible embers anymore to prevent another fire from starting. Just because you can't see flames anymore for a firefighter doesn't mean that they stop spraying. My office on the 5th floor, Manny's office here, and Manny himself, all gone in the blink of an eye. Fires and Babal data jotted down in my organizer, okay. I feel so sorry for you, Mr. Palladino. Oops, look at me going on and on. Now then, what was it you wanted to ask again? We were discussing what your actions and whereabouts for today were, and if you happen to know what Mr. Kowakin's actions and whereabouts were as well. Very well, let's see. I've been quite busy all day from morning until now. First, I woke up and then I brushed my teeth. After that, I had a roll for breakfast. Fascinating. How about if you just skipped the relevant parts for me? Oh, you'd like a condensed version? Alright, I can do that for you. So what did Mr. Kowakin and you do this morning? Well, originally we were supposed to meet and shake hands with the Jammin' Ninja, but Manny and I wanted to turn it into a photo op, so we were here tidying up his office. You helped clean Mr. Kowakin's office? Why were you not cleaning your own? Oh, I think I forgot to mention this, but my office is currently undergoing renovations. Which is why both the Primitive statue and the Babalese knife set are down here. I see. Oh, but the tidying didn't take much, really. We just burned some files we no longer needed and expired coupons in the fireplace. I bet cleaning up the fireplace must have been a real pain, though. Huh? Ah, about that, I kinda forgot to clean the ashes out. I guess I'm up a creek without Manny here to get angry at me. An ambassador like yourself has been on the receiving end of a secretary's anger? Oh, he was very good at being very mad. Why, even just this morning, he got mad at me. I spilled some Babalese ink onto the back wall when I was burning the files. And he got mad at me, saying that I should treat the ink with more respect. Apparently orders go up the chain of command around here. That's about it for what we did this morning, just some cleaning. Don't tell me you had no other work to do, being an ambassador and all. Now then, if you could tell me what you and Mr. Kowakin did this afternoon. Well, Manny and I went down together to the Theatrum Neutralis. We had to be there for the start of the Steel Samurai stage show. After the show started, I went back to my office on the 5th floor alone, so they were together until the start of the Steel Samurai show. A little while later, after I had straightened myself up a bit, I returned to the theater, because I was to take part in the photo op on stage at the end of the show. There was a commemorative photo op at the end. It was a fantastic photo of the three of us, Ambassador Alba, the Steel Samurai, and myself. After the photo shoot, I went back to my office on the 5th floor to prepare for my handshake photo op with the Jammin' Ninja. He seems to be rather overworked for an ambassador. When I got to my office, that's when the first fire broke out and I escaped down the stairs. My office was completely destroyed, but thankfully no one was hurt. I admit I ran away from the first fire as fast as my legs could carry me, but during the second one I pitched in and helped the embassy staff put it out. So you didn't see Mr. Kowakin again after the start of the Steel Samurai show? Yes, that's right. The next time I saw him, he was lying there, in an eternal sleep. I see. Ambassador Palladino, I thank you very much for your help. I'm sorry I couldn't be of more assistance, Mr. Edgeworth. If there is anything else, please don't hesitate to ask, alright? We still don't know where the blade of the Babalese knife went. Could it be that the killer walked away with it? It looks like all of the souvenirs stuffed from suffered some damage from the fire. I just don't believe it. Murder on top of arson? What a disgrace in the name of the Yatagarasu. Fake Yatagarasu is guilty of much more than just theft, it seems. I know, because if it were me, my first priority would have been to loot this bookshelf. You would steal ordinary souvenirs that you can buy virtually anywhere. You can't buy them anywhere. Each one is specific to a location that has its own value. And items that have memories attached to them are the most valuable of all. But could you really rob someone of their valuable memories just like that? No, because even if I take the souvenir, I can't take the owner's memories. It appears that this area was heavily damaged by the fire. Yeah, I guess we should hurry up and get started examining everything. Okay. There is a bottle of Babalese ink on Mr. Quacken's desk, and it looks like there's still a lot of ink left inside. The seal is unbroken, so the fire probably couldn't get into the bottle to burn up the ink. Hey, Mr. Palladino, it looks like your precious Babalese ink is alright after all. What? That's odd. Ambassador, what do you mean by that? Well, it's just that there is something strange about the ink. Would you mind elaborating on that statement for me, please? Maybe it's fake ink. Well, he's probably gonna give me the bit of information that I need after I talk to him again. So I guess embassy phones are just like normal phones, huh? With internal lines maybe and the like. Well, what did you imagine them to look like? I thought that Babals would look like a flower and the receiver would be a butterfly. That way it looked like the butterfly receiver was sucking nectar from the flower base. If any country had a flower phone, it would be Alabas, don't you think? Maybe the phone I envisioned would have been from when they were Codopia. There's really no point in asking me about something that never existed in the first place. You know what you lack, Mr. Edgeworth? Curiosity and imagination. There is only one book left standing here, Treasures of the World. Wait, what? Let me see that. I see. The most important part was blackened by the fire. Why, cruel fate? Why? Looks like the map of where the treasures are located has been burned. Manny Kowakan, his name is written here on this nameplate. Why would you put a nameplate with your name on it in your own office? I suppose it's to inform people in case they walked into the wrong room by mistake. Do you think maybe it's also there to remind you of your own name if you forget? Well, either way, it's never a bad thing to sit a nameplate on one's desk. Okay. Looks like a bunch of flyers with coupons attached to them. About sure gives away a lot of different coupons. Maybe I should create one of my own. I could call it the Great Thief Coupon. And what kind of discount would that net you? The 5-finger kind. What else? And I'd steal an extra thing or two for the bearer. Things such as the truth. What else would I steal? What I wouldn't give to have a mountain of your coupons right about now. Yeah, it's the same. That looks like a very comfortable chair. Well, it doesn't look like all that broken, so why don't you try sitting in it? I'd better not. It's very important that we preserve the crime scene at all times. Wait, but you're always touching all sorts of things at crime scenes. That's because I'm a prosecutor, and it's a part of my job to examine things. And my job is to be a great thief, which is exactly why you are not allowed to touch anything. The drawer seems to be open. Rifle through this drawer a bit, yeah. I suppose we really should take a look. I'm cold. Hold on. there, I shouldn't feel quite as cold anymore. Hopefully. Yeah, except I'm not sitting very comfortably. Ah. Horrible winter. Give me a second. Much better. There we go. Now I don't have a lot of room to sit, but at least I'm not cold. Okie dokie. It seems that the contents of the drawer survived the fire rather well. Now that's a sturdy desk. I guess that's the value of solid wood construction. Let's see if there's anything useful in here, Mr. Edgeworth. So tiny, I can't really see. Hey, that seems to be a bit of that paper that had a part of a map on it. This is a rather unusual shape for a notepad. I suppose this must be another souvenir from somewhere. Oh, okay, never mind. Do I still have it? Yeah. I was thinking that these two things seem to be connected. The shape of this notepad matches the shape of this note we found. Hey, you're right. What is it? Looks like something straight out of Monument Valley. Ah, yes, that notepad is a souvenir from somewhere in your country. We've been collecting them for the purpose of studying them, you see? Yes, I do. You do seem to be quite passionate about it. Oh, would you like to see my souvenir collection? I'd love to show it to you. Are you sure they haven't been burned to a crisp by the fires? Ambassador Palaino, I wonder if you might recognize the handwriting on this note. This looks like Manny's handwriting. I see, in that case... Oh, did you figure something out? This note was found in Alabast. Specifically, it was found being firmly grasped by the murdered Damask II. Well, the most logical explanation is that Manny was getting the services of Damask II to steal something for him. But the statue had already been changed though, so I wonder what exactly that means. Not too sure. And this note. Yes, it was a request from Mr. Kowaken for the Mask II to steal the Primitive statue. What? Manny tried to steal the Alabast's Primitive statue? We would know for sure if you could run a handwriting analysis. Ambassador, do you have any documents that were handwritten by Mr. Kowaken? Yes, I can gather a few and give them to you. I'll have to ask Detective Gumshoe later to run the analysis. Can't believe that Manny would even think of doing something like this. Do you have any idea as to why he would have requested the theft of the statue? There is one possibility, but mind you, it's just my personal speculation. Anything you can tell me would be of great help, Ambassador. Okay. I wonder if you might... Hold on. I wonder if you might tell me what you noticed about Mr. Kowaken's bottle of ink. I just thought of it right now, but during the second fire, Manny was worried about his office, so he came rushing back to it. I called out to him, and when I received no reply, I used my spare key to open the door. But when I did, I was greeted by roaring green flames. The flames were so big that I wasn't able to see into the room at all. The fire was green? What was the cause? Well, white crystal oil burns green when it's lit, as you can see by this lantern. Babali's ink is made from the same oil, which means it would also burn green. You know, I too had thought it was Manny's ink that had caught on fire. So that's why I was surprised to find out there was still a bottle of ink left on his desk. The case of the perplexing green flames. Talk about a mystery. What exactly was it that caught on fire in here? I believe that you said you might have an idea as to why Mr. Kowaken hired the Master II. Actually, I fear it may be my fault. As I was telling you earlier, we were to determine which statue was the real one as a part of today's event. But because of the Atakarasu and the fire here, that got cancelled, didn't it? I'm actually relieved the rest of the event has been cancelled. For you see Baba's statue, well, it's just a replica.
And did Mr. Quaggan know about Baba's private statue?
Of course he knew, that's why he was the only person I could consult with. We'd have to do something once our statue was revealed as a replica. As to be expected, I was very nervous today, as this would impact our country's authority. Yes, I understand. Well, when I told Manny my concerns, he said, let me handle it, it'll be alright. I'll find a way to make sure you're the ambassador of the reunited Codopia. At the time I thought he was just trying to cheer me up, but when I saw that note I realized it was serious. Mr. Quaggan conducted a lot of business behind your back. I assume he did all that to ensure that you are the next Codopian ambassador. But why was he trying so hard, I wonder? He was so much better at getting things done than I ever was or will be. I don't know the answer to why he was trying so hard yet. But I suspect he had an ulterior motive in mind beyond just simple kindness. Oh, here you are, Mr. Edgeworth. What's happening? Detective Gumshoe, have you collected the information that I requested? Yep, I got it all right here, sir. Here you go, okay? Feel free to take a look. It's for you, after all. What is all this, Gummy? It's all the information on this room that I got from the embassy and Interpol people. Now, we know exactly how this room was before and after the fire. Expert at getting people to talk. You two remind me so much of my father and Uncle Bad. What do you mean? As prosecutor and detective, your dynamic is just like theirs back in the day. Well, don't you worry, I'm going to find my own wonderful partner someday. And when I do, I'm going to become a good Yatakarasu just like my father, right? Please don't ask me questions to which I have no answers to, Kay. However, I can say that it is a truly wonderful thing to find a partner you can trust. So what now, Mr. Edgeworth? Well, I'd like to ask you for a favor. The gadget, Mr. Thief, is it? That thing you call your secret weapon. Little Thief. Hey, you're coming to rely on it, aren't you? I don't need a crutch like that. I'm only asking because I need it for the investigation. From the information Detective Gumshoe gathered and the ambassador's testimony, I'd like you to please recreate this room as it was during the third floor fire. Dark skies of evening, when no other bird dares take wing, one alone remains all-seeing. Yeah. It seems there are other things besides what the ambassador mentioned that they've changed. What's that in the back? Fake bills? It's possible that you might find the escape route the person K saw used as well. Through the chimney. What is this? Some sort of light show I was not told about? This is the power of a true vigilante. It's recreating the room with the info I inputted. Really? That is certainly one interesting device you have there, Miss Faraday. I believe it's about time we return to our investigation. This grandfather clock, it was apparently in a different position before the fire. According to staff members, the clock was flushed against the wall before the fire, sir. Which means that most likely it was moved by someone during the fire. It's only 11 o'clock now, but I don't hear any chiming. That's odd, it was still chiming right on the dot of every hour this morning. Maybe the fire damaged its internal mechanisms or something. Ambassador Palaino, may we take a look inside that clock? Sure, go right on ahead. Detective Gumshoe, if you could please inspect the insides of this clock. Yes, sir, I'm on it. Found this inside, sir. The length of wire, so this is what caused the clock to stop chiming. What was a long length of wire doing inside this clock in the first place? Why would someone do this to such a valuable clock? It sounds like it wasn't Mr. Palladino that put the wire in there. Looks like one of the Babalese knives was already missing before the fire began, so it would seem, especially since the other two knives' handles were burned away. Yeah, we already knew that. I'm not sure I would lump the replica statue in with the rest of Babal's hoes. Woes. Flag? There's a fireplace in relatively the same location in all the Alabastion office. However, we found something there that I'd rather not recall ever again. I still can't believe that we found that undershirt in the fireplace. If it was that traumatizing, why don't you try creating new memories with this fireplace? You could climb inside and we can play hide and seek. And come out covered in soot? I think not. So Babal is really into pushing their tourism industry, huh? Yes, it would appear that way. You know, I'd really love to take a trip. Hey, why don't we take one after this case? Do you already have a destination in mind? Well, ideally, I'd like to go someplace where I can continue my thief training. Well, if you want to learn the fine art of stealth, perhaps you should visit the studio where they make the Gem and Ninja TV show. Hey, that's actually a really great idea, Mr. Edgeworth. I can't believe she took me seriously.
Curtains?
You can see the Alabastion embassy through this window. So, where were you when you were investigating over there, Mr. Edgeworth? No, okay. As a fellow second-generation thief, I can't just turn a blind eye to this, even though the Master Second was merely an imposter of the original. These must have been the large green flames Ambassador Palladino saw. With flames like these, it's no wonder he couldn't get in. Had the fire already been put out by the time you came to this room, yet the fire had died out or something by that time. And this fire here only burned from the time the fire started on the 3rd floor. Until the Yatakarasu appeared and caused a stir in Babal, I suppose. I guess Mr. Palladino was just lucky enough to run into this fire as it was burning, huh? Yes, you could put it that way, and since you were the first to discover the body, we can assume that no one else entered the room until that time. No other than the person you were chasing, of course. I knew it, that person I saw was definitely up to no good. I mean, that person could even be Mr. Koakin's killer. This is very likely to be the case. After all, that person came into this room before you and must have chosen this room precisely because they knew no one would be in here. And maybe the green fire was where it was to prevent anyone from coming in. Then, what did he set on fire to make the green flames? Well, whatever it is that person burned, it made a rather sizable fire. Since the fire is green, well, we've seen something that burns green, right? It's a bit tinier than these flames, but you get what I mean. Yes, and I do believe that's what you are thinking. That what you are thinking is exactly why these flames are green.
Take that!
This one?
The silhouette lantern, its green flame comes from the wet crystal oil it's burning. Hey, there's the fire I was thinking of too.
I love the green gives off. I think we've now established that the green flames were caused by wet crystal oil. Furthermore, we know that there is only one other thing made from wet crystal oil. Oh, you meant that thing Mr. Palladino was mistaken into, yes? Alright. Yes, precisely. As we found out earlier in our investigation. What? I don't get it. Can you fill me in, sir? Fine, I suppose I'll explain it in a way that even you can understand. This is the thing made from white crystal oil that Ambassador Baleno was mistaken about. The ink.
Take that!
So it should burn the same color as the flames, yeah. However, the green flames in this room were not from a bottle of Babali's ink. Found the ink Mr. Quacken used on his desk. Yeah, however, we know that Mr. Quacken was smuggling the ink in massive quantities. Now, what do you suppose he made using all that ink? Fake bills? Let's see. It would appear that I finally found it, the smuggling ring's real goal. Ah! Made of Babali's ink, this is the source of the green flames. The coupons? Or, the counterfeit bills?
Take that!
What would consume that great of a volume of ink to make? That would be the counterfeit bills that the smuggling ring made and are circulating in Zengfa. Well, I had that in mind for a while, so I'm not too surprised. You're kidding. You're saying that it was Mr. Quacken who made the counterfeit bills? I am. I believe you could even go so far as to say that he stole Babal's printing press. Ambassador Mr. Quacken had permission to freely use the printing press, correct? Why, yes, and I do remember seeing him use it in the middle of the night. But never did I think he was using it for such a foul deed. What I wonder about that, you're a bit too cheerful for your own good, you know that?
Because of his crimes, he will need to be investigated as well.
We've caused a bit of trouble for a few countries, haven't we? You think it's my duty to search out all who shielded Mr. Quacken and concealed his crime, for they are the ones who started the fire in order to destroy the evidence. Ah, come on. Detective, you took part in the initial Babal investigation, correct? Yep, sure did. I also helped put out both fires, sir. But that first fire took me by surprise. I had a tough time escaping the 5th floor. First I tried the elevator, but I guess someone else had the same idea because it was in use. If I hadn't remembered to use the stairs at that point, I'd have been burned to a crisp. Wait, that's odd. We always warn our staff that in the case of a fire, it's dangerous to use the elevator. Maybe someone wrote it in a fit of panic. Detective, did you see the Yatagarasu that came into the Babali's embassy at all? I didn't personally, and the other staff members told me they never got a good look at the person either, sir. I wonder if you could tell me a bit more about what you discovered, Detective. The second fire broke out around the time the Yatagarasu was spotted in Alabast. That's also when a suspicious person was spotted in Babal, which caused some panic. So no one was able to get a good look at this Yatagarasu that entered Babal. All they saw was a mysterious person wearing a long coat. But that's not enough to make a positive ID, you know? Still, it was enough to make the people who received the calling card panic even more. Person in a long coat. Sounds like the exact same person I saw. The Yatagarasu that appeared in Alabast was proven to be just a fabrication, a shadow. In light of that fact, the Yatagarasu that appeared in Babal is also suspect. You can't be serious! Not when we're this close to capturing the fake, I mean, canis to you. So the Yatagarasu appeared, caused mass confusion, killed Mr. Quack, and then disappeared. By the way, Detective, why did you not chase after the Yatagarasu? I did, but well, This embassy is huge, sir. I got separated from the other staff members I was with and was lost for a while there. You didn't even memorize the layout of the building you were to guard, detective? I'll be sure to do that from now on, sir. But you know, it was thanks to me being lost that I was able to come to Kay's rescue. Oh, is that a fact? Yep, it was when I was lost and wandering around in the third floor always, sir. When I heard a scream, I headed towards it right away. Oh, that's probably from when I found Mr. Quacken's body. Hold on, I want to get something to drink. My room is a mess of cables at the moment. Just a sec. It's all this reading out loud that's making my throat dry. Okay. Ugh. Yeah, I thought it sounded like her, so I got real worried and ran as fast as I could. And it was thanks to Gummy that Miss Sheena wasn't able to take me away. He covered for me until he got here, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, I see. So he can be useful once in the blue moon. Still, it's too bad that Agent Sheena got here before I did. I wonder where Agent Sheena was before you found her here. Well, just before I got to this room, I saw her coming out of the room next door. Interesting. The fact that we know so little about her is more than a little bit suspicious. She apparently helped in putting out the first fire. Then during the second fire, I heard she was busy chasing the Yatakarasu. She seems to be a very dedicating agent. You would do well to learn from her. Why are you pointing at me when you say that, sir? We've examined everything in this office, but there is one thing that bothers me. Perhaps I should ask Ambassador Palaino about it. Great, Rudy. Spill your water. Great idea. Ambassador Palaino, there is something I'd like to ask you about. Yes? About this office, it appears to me to be very similar to Ambassador Alba's office. For example, the location of the fireplace and the position of the grandfather clock. Ah, that's right. You've also paid a visit to the Alabastian side of the embassy. Our two embassies actually used to be one. Yes, I know. Even the pamphlet mentioned that. Which is why the building is bilaterally symmetrical. So no matter which room, the location of the fireplace and the like are exactly the same. Even where the art is located is the same. As my room is currently under renovation, we worked hard to make Manny's room look like the ambassador's office. You mean for your handshake photo up with the Jamin Ninja? Yes, that's right. I mean, what's a photo like that worth if it's not taken in the ambassador's office, right? Yet another odd expression of Babal's obsessively competitive spirit with Alabasta, I take it. Thank you, Ambassador. That piece of information is all I needed to connect the dots. Connect what dots? Well, anyway, I'm glad I was able to be of some help. I see where he's going with this. Because if everything is perfectly symmetrical, and there was a secret passage in the chimney in the other embassy, then there must be one in this one. The Alabastian and Babalese sides of the building are symmetrical to each other. As we know that to be a fact, then this room's fireplace may also hide a secret passageway. A secret passageway? In Alabasta, the fireplace turned out to have a revolving back wall. A revolving wall? It sounds like something out of a ninja house. Wow, there was a trick like that built into the fireplace, sir. What? This embassy holds that kind of a secret? There seems to be a lot about this room that you don't know about, Ambassador. I guess it's time to pay the bill for letting Manny do so much work for me. Please, I really want to know about the real Manny and what you know about this room. He's too... I don't have a word in English for it, but... I don't know, it's just too lecherous? No, that's not that's not really the word I'm looking for. They're always being like so super kind, like I don't know. There's something weird about that guy, and then sometimes his face just reverts back to being so super serious. I think it's an act. I think he's hiding something. What are you waiting for, Mr. Edgeworth? Let's get to the bottom of this. Right. Agreed, and my first thought is that it's likely the killer used the revolving fireplace. Mm-hmm. Looks like just another fireplace though, doesn't it? So how do you turn it again? In Alabasta, I had to push where the X was on the far wall of the fireplace. I see an X back there, sir. Let's see what happens when I push it.
Hold it!
Ah, you scared me, sir. There is something about this fireplace that lies in contradiction to the facts. But we found an X where you thought there'd be one, right? We did, but that's not what I was referring to. Something is missing from this scene. Hold on. All I see inside this fireplace is a starter wood. Yep, no ashes. There we go. That's the contradiction. So you deduce. I deduce. Not this one. This one.
Eureka!
Ambassador Palladino, you said that you burned some old files in this fireplace today, correct? Yes, I burned quite a few files this morning, actually. And after you did, you forgot to clean out the ashes from the fireplace, correct? That's right, but why are you asking? And why are you making such a scary face? I'm sorry, I admit I am a bit intimidating when I'm serious. In any case, take a good look at this fireplace and tell me what you find odd about it. Let's see, huh? Where did all the ashes go? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Edgeworth? You don't really think that Ambassador Palladino is lying, do you? No, there is no reason for him to lie. And I don't believe his testimony is wrong either. It is the fireplace that is causing the contradiction. Kay, I wonder if you might update the fireplace data for me. You got it. I'll add in the ashes from the burnt files and... Sounds like we've pretty much figured everything out now, huh? Well, it was nothing. All I did was follow where our leads led us. Oh, I sense it coming now. You're about to dazzle us again, right? Oh, you mean what? You mean that? Well, it's what Mr. Edgeworth is known for, you know? There is really no need for you two to dance around in the name of what I'm about to do. If the thing is revolving, the ashes are probably in the fireplace that's behind. The reason as to why the ashes are missing is simple. It's not because someone cleaned them up, right? No, because even if someone did sweep them up, the fireplace is too clean for that. Ambassador Palladino said that he spilled some Babalese ink while he was burning the files, and yet there is not a trace of the spilled ink on the back wall anywhere. Well, then I don't know what happened. Well, I'll tell you what happened. The two sides were switched. By using the revolving fireplace wall, the ashes were moved into the neighboring room. Which means that this is a clear indication that the fireplace was used. Okay. Then you mean the person I was chasing disappeared from this room through there? Yes, I believe the person you were in pursuit of is Mr. Quacken's killer, and after committing the murder, escaped through the fireplace. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, you figured out the killer escape route. I have, but this is only the beginning. Now we have to chase the killer down. Could it have been her? Yeah, well, there we go. If the killer used the fireplace in this room to escape into the next, then it's only logical for us to talk... Panda boys! How's it going today? Then it's only logical for us to talk with the person who was in the neighboring room. Well, the person that was in the next room was... Oh, it was that person, sir. Yes, Detective Agent Sheena. It's looking more and more like Miss Sheena is the killer, isn't it? Let's not jump to conclusions yet. We need to go through what we know so far. She came running straight into this room from the next one and instantly accused you. Furthermore, she claimed that it could only have been you that killed Mr. Kowakin. She was trying to shift the blame onto her. That makes her super suspicious. I don't have any proof yet, however I know she is hiding something from us. Okay then, why don't we go ask Miss Sheena herself?
Hold it!
No, not yet. There's something that needs to be done first. Detective Gumshoe. Sir, is it my turn to do something, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, I have a two-part special assignment for you. First, I need you to run a handwriting analysis on the mask's second note. Okay, I'll get the lab boys on that right away. Second, I want you to see if you can fit through the revolving fireplace wall. Right now, sir. No, next decade. Of course now. We need to test our hypothesis first, don't we? I was more like asking the question. Like now, sir? Go on, Gummy, you can do it. Alright, I'm gonna do this like a real man. Here I go, through the fireplace and back. You shouldn't need to psych yourself up that much for such a simple task, detective. Wow, the wall inside the fireplace really did turn. That's so neat. Now I want to try going through there too. There really is a secret passageway through there. I had no idea. It would appear that the ash really was pushed into the other room. Furthermore, the Babalese ink you spilled, Ambassador, is there on the back wall. Okay, here I go, sir. Detective, I'd like you to go through there under the same conditions as the killer. Huh? But there's all that ash and stuff. And your point is? Now, we're short on time, so if you could please hurry on through. Yes, sir. It's gonna get all dirty. Okay, so now we pretty much have the whole picture, right? No, not yet. There remains a few more mysteries to solve. Such as the Yatakarasa's whereabouts, the other smuggling ring members, the two weapons that made it across the border, the key Miss Yu stole 7 years ago. In fact, we haven't figured out a thing regarding how Miss Yu is related to these embassies. Mr. Edgeworth, a number of pieces connected in a very complicated way in this case. It's almost enough to make one completely mentally exhausted. What are you saying, Mr. Edgeworth? I thought you were the one who said that it's easy if you follow the leads. Was that supposed to be an impression of me, Kay? If it's info gathering you need, Gummy and I can help with that. Then all you'd have to do is show off your fancy schmancy logical deductions. Show off? Does it seem like I'm being boastful when I do that? Yes. Edgeworth, yes it does. Let's not overcomplicate matters, okay, Mr. Edgeworth? We've been so focused like a laser on only what seems strange and out of place. It's no wonder nothing's clicked and we haven't unlocked anything yet, but if we think things through calmly, the answer should come to us. That's the sort of thing I say to myself when I'm practicing how to unlock padlocks, you know? That is something that I hope practice doesn't make perfect for your sake. Yay, looks like you're back to your straight-laced self again. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm back, sir. Yes, I can see that. Good work, detective. Looks like you can use that fireplace like a door, sir. Are you alright, Gummy? I'm okay, it's just a bit of ash and dust, that's all. Your jacket has gotten quite filthy. I see the hem has practically turned black. Yeah, well, quite a bit of the unburned ink got on it, sir. I see. Thank you, detective. You did a fine job. If it really was Sheena who went through there, she's wearing black at all times. So maybe that's how she would have done it. He's even gonna pay the bill for cleaning the trench coat. What? Oh no, sir, I could never. This is just my old coat, sir. If it was a coat I actually cared about, then I'd get it cleaned, but you know. I see. Very well then, as you wish. So because Gummy was able to climb through the fireplace, we know it can be used, right? Yes, but that's not all we learned. We actually learned one other important fact, and that is... I will have to explain it to you later. Right now, we need to deal with the handwriting analysis. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. I'll be back before you know it. The handwriting analysis on Mr. Kowakin's handwriting will take a bit of time. Let us go and wait in the Theatrum Neutralis, along with Agent Lang and Agent Sheena. To be continued. There she is. Like she says, little cubs never do they know the real fury of the elder wolves. These quotes are definitely becoming increasingly difficult to decipher. And what does that mean? Did he already have that kind of glasses that seemed to be held on his face in a weird way like this? I know it's like a mask actually. Oh, okay. I never really paid attention until now. Mr. Prosecutor, the counterfeit bills made with Babalese ink, they were all of Zengfa denominations. Yes, so I heard from Ms. Von Karma. But we don't know where the play money has gone. They must not have figured out that it was all burned yet. Ever since those things showed up in circulation, my country's economy has taken a big hit. Zengfa is in financial chaos as we speak. Because we can't tell the difference between our own bills and the fakes. But it's not just the money. The citizens are also worried. I've staked the honor of the House of Lang on this, and I've come to this land to capture the mastermind behind this whole mess. I investigated how the bills were made and how the ink was smuggled into Zengfa, and I pursued the smuggling ring all the way here. But tonight, this is where the final chapter was written. Despite my frantic efforts to chase the smuggler down, someone got to him first. And now I'm called to return home without a single answer. Agent Lang, Don't start, it's not your fault. It's not anyone's fault, Mr. Prosecutor. Ambassador Alba, I'm sorry for all the trouble tonight. Oh, no, it is I who should apologize. It was all because I was not strong enough. If only I was able to think of a better solution. Quercus, you fool! Curse your empty brain! Hey, you're being too hard on yourself, Ambassador. I take full responsibility for tonight. End of story. Sheena, let's go. Time to return to our den. Actually, not so fast. I don't like to admit it, but there's not much else for us to do but to go home as well. Agent Lang! What did he say? I didn't see the end of the sentence. You wolfman and the secretary lady. Hold it! Objection, pal! That's a good one. Detective Gumshoe, have you got the results of the handwriting analysis already? I like how he's making the gesture. Yup, and that note was definitely written by Mr. Kowakin, sir. Just as I thought. Good work, detective. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, how long do you intend to hold us up for? Sorry to have made you wait, but I believe that now everyone is finally here. Agent Sheena, I'd like to ask you something if you don't mind. Yes? How exactly did you fail to see the Yatagarasu? When you were in the neighboring room to where Mr. Kowakin was killed. I'd like you to explain that to us. What? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, what are you doing asking her about something she didn't see? Agent Lang hasn't touched the Babal investigation at all, so I suppose I will need to explain a few things to him first. Miles Edgeworth, I can't even begin to imagine what's going on in that head of yours. The only thing going on in my head is the pursuit of the truth. Oh, it sounds like you have some sort of plan. Very well, I'll supervise you until the end. Is she seriously going to treat me as a subordinate for the rest of the day? You're not trying to pick a fight with my subordinate on some flimsy guess, are you? I'm not trying to pick a fight, and the evidence is hardly flimsy, as you will see. Let's go. Let's do this. I should have known that you and I are destined to fight it out to the very end. It would appear that way. Well, I'll prove her innocence. So let's see what you've got, Prosecutor Edgeworth. With pleasure. For my opening argument, I'll discuss the Yatagarasu that appeared in Babal, and establish exactly who it was that Kay saw. Agent Lang, I assume you've been briefed on Kay's testimony? You mean the suspicious person in a coat that she saw? That's right, that person is one of the keys to solving this case. The person who pretended to be the Yatagarasu. Pretended? And what do you mean by that? I'll get to that in a second, but first I want to review what this person Kay saw did. Kay, if you could please explain what the person you were chasing did for us. Okay, you got it. I first spotted the suspicious person near the open-air stage on the Babalese side. I called out to the person, but as soon as I did, that person ran off. I thought it was rather suspicious, so I immediately gave chase. For the sake of argument, let's call this suspicious person the Yatagarasu. Now please tell us what happened when you chased the Yatagarasu up to the 3rd floor. Can do. I chased the Yatagarasu all the way up to the 3rd floor of the Babali's embassy. It was a pretty straight chase down the hallway until the sudden turn. The Yatagarasu disappeared around the corner, so I did my best to catch up. When I turned the corner, I saw the Yatagarasu run into Mr. Kwakin's office. I gave chase and ran into the room. But when I entered the room, it was pitch black. I couldn't see a thing. I felt something on the ground next to my foot, so I turned on the light, but then... Ah! Who's there? By the time I had turned on the lights, the Yatagarasu had disappeared. Which should be impossible in theory, but... When Kay entered the room, the person she was chasing was already gone. Why do you suppose that was, Agent Lang? What do you mean, why do you suppose? Isn't it obvious? The person slipped out through the door behind the girl under the cover of darkness. Sorry, but I know for a fact that the person didn't escape through that door. Oh, and how do you know that with such certainty? That's easy. If the Yatagarasu had left through that door, they would have run right into this person. She was supposed to be right outside, so... Your answer is Sheena? Yes, because let's consider what would have happened if the Yatagarasu had used the door. When Kay screamed upon discovering Mr. Kwakin's body, the Yatagarasu would have run right into Agent Sheena, who was in the next room over. Agent Sheena, would you mind telling us if you saw the suspicious person in question? No, I didn't see anyone. You see? Therefore, the Yatagarasu could not have escaped through that door. It just means that the creep slipped out before Sheena made it out into the hallway. I doubt that, as there was another person in that hallway, a certain detective. Detective Gumshoe, where were you exactly at that time? Me, sir? Well, when I heard Kay scream, I ran towards Mr. Kwakin's office from the opposite direction of Agent Sheena, sir. So, Agent Lang, can you explain how someone could have eluded both of them? Even you must concede that under these circumstances, the door was not a viable route. Grrr! Way to go, Mr. Edgeworth. You nailed him with just an explanation of what happened. Yes, I've eliminated one of the possible escape routes from that room. But this is far from over. I need to make Agent Lang aware as well of yet another possible escape route the Yatagarasu could have taken. I get it, so that's what you were trying to show me. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, let me guess. This is what you're trying to say, right? Because the door was not a viable escape route, then there must have been another way out? If you had just let me continue, yeah, that's what I was getting at. Mr. Edgeworth, it's time to bust out with our revolving fireplace wall explanation, right? No, not quite yet. Huh? But why? I thought this would be the perfect time. The revolving wall on the Babalese side is known only to 4 people. And if we use this information unwisely, the truth may escape us in the end. What's with all the whispering over there? Scared I'll figure out your tactics? Nothing of the sort, Agent Lang. Come, let's continue where we left off. That smug, haughty attitude of yours, you really rubbed me the wrong way, you know that? If I was in this place, I think I would be rubbed the wrong way too. I don't like his type, but it is what it is. He's the hero of the game, we have to deal with it. Well, no matter, I figured you out already anyway. The only other possible escape route besides the door is the room's lone window. And since an eerie picture of said escape route exists, are you saying that this photo captures the moment of the Yatagarasu's escape? I guess Detective Bat must have filled him in on this photo. I have to admit that at first I thought the window to be a possible escape route as well. However, I now know that to be impossible. Now I realize you may not know this, but humans can't fly. Of course I know that. That's bloody common sense. Oh, Edgeworth losing his calm. He said bloody. Oh my. My. Besides, I never said I thought that photo to be of the Yatagarasu's escape route. I suppose not. Alright then, explain yourself. The shadow in this photo is not the Yatagarasu that Kay was chasing after. Not so fast. You can see whatever you'd like in whatever language you want. But there's only one language I really understand, the language of evidence. Very well then. I present to you proof that the person Kay saw is not the same one as the one in the photo. Mm. Which one is it? Where is it? Is it that one? After the first fire? Oh, because of the time, maybe.
Take that!
Let me explain to you precisely why the shadow. Because of the time, I think. The time at which it was taken. Kay spotted the Yatakarasu heading for the 3rd floor during the 2nd fire. Yeah, and the photo in question was taken just after the 1st fire. Yeah, there we go. Grrr, no! Yeah, way to go. That's twice you've bit him in the butt now. Not so fast. We're not done yet. You still had to explain what that shadow is and how the Atakarasu escaped. I don't suppose you can answer both, can you? Regarding the photo, I admit that we don't understand what it means quite yet. Ah, as I thought. However, the Atakarasu's escape route, now that I can answer. You can? Well then, Mr. Prosecutor, go on, enlighten me. Hold it! Even if I explain it, you'll try to find some flaw with what I have to say. You were busy heading up the Alabastian investigation, correct? In that case, I doubt you'd have much knowledge about the Babali side of the case, so wouldn't it be best if the lead on that side, Agent Sheena, explained in my stead? Sheena is my subordinate. If I don't stick up for her, how can I look her in the eyes and call myself her boss? Lang, it's alright. I can take care of him. Sheena, you've shielded me a lot as my boss. But it's time for me to prove my worth. Alright, if you're okay with it, then you have my support. Finally, it's down to just Agent Sheena and myself. This is where the battle really begins. Now then, what is it you would like to ask? Let's see. Why don't we start with your movements inside the Babali's embassy? During the first Babali's fire, I assisted in putting out the fire. During the 2nd fire, I was searching for the Yatagarasu that had appeared in Babal. While I was searching, I heard a scream coming from the next room over. Although I was in the next room, I was unable to catch a glimpse of the Yatagarasu. To be honest, I'm actually very skeptical that the girl's Yatagarasu even exists. And that is all I have to say. But I'm not lying when I say I saw the suspicious person run into Mr. Kawakin's office, like I said earlier. I have no intention of retracting my testimony. Good. Just to confirm, did you have a partner when you were on your investigation? No, I moved alone. In that case, you have no one to corroborate your alibi, is that correct? Are you calling her suspicious because she was in the room by herself? How pathetic. And it wasn't when Agent Sheena tried to arrest Kay under the same rationale. And it wasn't... okay, yeah. And it wasn't when Agent Sheena tried to arrest Kay under the same rationale. Not saying anything now, huh? And how about when you excuse Larry because he was the weapon's owner? Grr! Not that it's unexpected for that useless lump to get into such a situation, although I suppose it's never a good idea to let mistakes go uncorrected. I will make no excuse for what I did in that situation. Then you should apologize right now for making Kay out to be the killer, pal. I'm sorry. Sheena, apologize. Somehow I don't think it's in our best interest. Oh, she's doing it anyway, but... not wholeheartedly. It's really okay. I mean, I'm not under suspicion anymore. Right, Mr. Edgeworth? Well, I never doubted you, not for 1 second. And the same goes for me. I believe in Sheena. Then let's put that to the test and see if she is really worthy of your trust. Hehe. This promises to be interesting. During the first Babali's fire, I assisted in putting out a fire. Mm-mm. Objection! Being in the room next to Mr. Quacken's office is the problem with your testimony. Because the only escape route was through the revolving fireplace. So, if he was not in there when Kay entered, then he came through the revolving fireplace into the room where you're pretending that you were. So, Mr. Prosecutor, I don't see what problem you're talking about at all. Agent Lang, do you recall the secret we discovered about the Alabastian office fireplace? Huh? Oh, you mean how it connects to the office with the room next door? What about it? Well, Alabast isn't the only country with secret connecting fireplaces. What? The fireplace in Mr. Quacken's office holds the exact same secret. What? The Yatagarasu didn't escape through the door to the room or the window. The escape route was through the revolving fireplace wall and into the next room over. Now, do you see? If the Yatagarasu had escaped into the next room, then the thief would have run straight into Agent China. Meaning that it's impossible for her to have missed the Yatagarasu. Aya! I knew he was gonna say that. What is the meaning of this, Miles? Well, would you care to explain, Agent China, how you managed to completely miss the fleeing Yatagarasu, or shall I? Your claim that you were in the next room was a lie all along, wasn't it? The truth is, you were the one Kay saw in the coat, pretending to be the Yatagarasu, and you were the one she chased after. As you tried to lose her, you ran into Mr. Quacken's office and headed for the fireplace. Then you shed your coat in the next room, leaving it there to emerge as Agent Sheena. After that, you came back around to place Kay under arrest. Does that sound about right? If not, then speak now or forever hold your peace. How dare you make Kay look like the bad guy when you're the suspicious one, pal? Uh-oh. 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 Sheena? We've seen that laughter somewhere before, haven't we? Could it be? That laugh. I remember this irritating laugh. Ugh, I'm getting chills down my spine. It can't be, but it has to be. Sheena, what's wrong with you? Pfft, I'm sorry. It was so funny that I couldn't help but laugh. Funny, you say? Yes, that you would accuse me of being the Yatagarasu. The prosecutors of this country really are also very strange. You think you can get away with this by simply laughing it off? You think I'm taking things too lightly? I think not. It's that prosecutor who is. Look, everything you said earlier is nothing more than mere speculation. The Yatagarasu fled through the fireplace. Do you have any proof to back up your claim? If you don't, then you haven't proven a thing regarding the Yatagarasu's escape route. My proof is that the ash was not on the same side of the chimney anymore. So there you have it. I've got the testimony. Or I can present the revolving fireplace again. The tone of voice you're taking with me now has certainly changed. Hehe. That's because it's been a while since I've had this much fun. I think I'll let loose and then we can have a real battle of wits. For an agent of Interpol to show me the true power of her mind, it is a great honor. Psst. Don't underestimate me. I'm not some foolish broad, you know. I know, and that is why I won't hold anything back either as I answer your question. My question? Here is your proof that the revolving fireplace wall in Babal was used recently. There are signs that it has been used. The ash. I'm sorry, but is this really your honest answer to my question? Yes. According to Ambassador Palahino's testimony, he said that he was burning some documents in the fireplace with Mr. Kawakin. Oh. The ashes of what they burned were left in the fireplace, so they should have been there. However, when we went to investigate the room, the ashes weren't there. Why is that a problem? Maybe someone cleaned them up. Well, that's the problem because they were on the other side. And they were not ashes of something else because there was the stain of the Babalese ink on the back plate of the fireplace. So it couldn't have been ashes of something else either, because we have proof of that too. Unfortunately for you, Ambassador Palehino said that he forgot to, and so the question remains, why were the ashes missing? The answer is simple. When the Yatagarasu went through the fireplace wall, the ashes were pushed into the next room by the wall as well. The movement of the ashes that were in Mr. Kwaken's office is my proof. She's gonna laugh it off and pretend that it was ashes of something else. I've already debunked that. And just what is so funny, ashes proof? Are you even allowed to submit such flaky evidence in court? You still wish to fight us? Of course, why wouldn't I? In that case, let's hear your counter-argument. My counter-argument, huh? This really is just like being in court. Well, to me, we're simply continuing from where we left off all those years ago. I have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, she's gonna feign ignorance. It doesn't matter if we're at a crime scene or in court. Let's finish this here and now. I've had a lot of fun today, but I grow weary of this game of cat and mouse. Let's make this the last testimony and wrap up this absurd case once and for all. In my eyes, all you've proved is that the rotating fireplace wall was used. But you can't really call that proof that the Yatakarasu used the fireplace now, can you? So then, who was it that used the rotating wall? Show me your answer with real evidence. Remember, we've already finished our very thorough investigation, and we found not a single suspicious thing in Mr. Kwaken's office. And there you have it, my counter-argument. That's very impressive. She has seen through to the fact that I have yet to gather that one piece of evidence. What is it, Kay? I haven't heard a peep out of you in quite a while now. If you don't think you can handle it, feel free to leave the rest of it to us. But Kay, pull yourself together. You are the true heir to the Yatagarasu name, are you not? If you want to steal the truth, then you must never take your eyes off of it. This chase you're running to catch the truth, you must see it through to the very end. Mr. Edgeworth, you're right. I will see this through to the end. You like her haircut? Yeah, she has a cool haircut. So, you go get her for me, Miss Edgeworth. With pleasure. Looks like a lack of evidence has left you wide open, doesn't it? Sheena, please, show me you're someone I can trust. Don't worry, this will be the deciding match, you'll see. I'm truly sorry, Agent Lang, but I simply can't allow her to escape me again. Very well then, Agent Sheena. Shall we begin? I'm ready whenever you are. Sheena's rebuttal. Hold on. There's something I want to confirm before... They were all burned up in Babal. But you can't really call that proof that the Yatagarasu used the fireplace now, can you? So then, who was it that used the rotating wall? Show me your answer with real evidence. Remember, we've already finished our very thorough investigation, and we found not a single suspicious thing in Mr. Kwaken's office. Well, the bills were pretty suspicious, and so was the wire. Those are the two things I had in mind. The bills seem like they make more sense.
Objection!
I mean, counterfeiting money I would call that suspicious. You didn't find anything suspicious at all. I highly doubt that. But I didn't. You can even ask the other man. I don't need to, for I found what you should have. A while ago. Excuse me? In Mr. Kwaken's office, there were signs that someone had burned counterfeit bills there. What in the... Aya! I don't know why Chinese people always do Aya. I guess it's their thing, I suppose. That evidence was something you found out through that girl's machine, right? So what if it was? That's what I thought. But unfortunately for you, a recreation made by a machine is hardly concrete proof. Among the ashes you found in the room, did you happen to find any counterfeit bills? No. You see? So there was nothing in that office, nothing you can call evidence anyway.
Objection!
Speaking of things that Interpol agents have missed, I did find one more. Your pompous attitude is unnecessary. All I require is the evidence. Very well. The wire. In the grandfather clock.
Take that!
I'd like for you to take a look at this length of wire. And what exactly is this supposed to mean? Ooh, she's sweating. I think she knows. Lang's hair, not so much. Yeah, well, I guess he is supposed to look like a wolf because that's what his name means in Chinese or something like that. So it's supposed to be like the ears of the wolf, I suppose. A length of wire. So what about it? I'll tell you what. We found this in the Babalese embassy not long ago. What? And we found it wound up inside the grandfather clock in Mr. Quacken's office. You found that at the scene of Mr. Quacken's murder? I cannot trust you when you say that Interpol has thoroughly checked every room, and that this throws doubt on the purity of your investigation into the Yatakarasu. You still suspect me, I see. Alright, then I ask that you point out what part of my investigation is incomplete. The other Interpol agents worked under the command of Agent Sheena. And is it not possible that the reason the person K was chasing chose the third floor was because that person knew there would be no other agents on that floor? Furthermore, we've come to see that Agent Sheena was only pretending to be investigating the Yatakarasu to the point of arresting K. In that case, there is one location that no one has yet to inspect. Tekken? Eiachi! Yeah, it reminds you of Eiachi. Yeah, I know who you mean, yeah. Because one of my friends is old man who was like 70 years old at when he died. He usually had his hair in the morning, kind of like that too, so we always used to call him Eiachi. Eiachi Mishima, I think, something like that, the full name. Your team's investigation was incomplete because they failed to inspect this location.
Take that!
The location, Agent Sheena, is of course the room you claimed to have examined. I believe the room next to Mr. Kowakin's office warrants a thorough inspection. Even if you do that, I doubt you'll find anything of use to you there. I will be the one to decide that. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir, I'm on it. I'll be right back after I check out that room next to the office. They might find the coat, the black coat. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, do you really think that Miss Sheena is the Yatakarasu? Yes, if my logic is sound, I believe she is. Then I'm not going to let her get away with ruining the name of the Yatakarasu. But can you prove she's the Yatakarasu is the question. If Detective Gumshoe can find what I'm hoping he will find, then I should be able to. And just what are you hoping you'll find? Let's just say this. I had Detective Gumshoe do a little experiment for me earlier. An experiment? As if that detective has the brains for high science. It wasn't that mentally taxing. I had him use the same escape route as the Yatakarasu. And what did you find out by doing that? First, that it's possible for a person to fit through the revolving wall door. Second, that by going through there, his coat was covered in ash and Babalese ink. Who cares what his coat was covered in? It's not worth that much anyway. But is it really worth so little? I believe that it's actually quite a meaningful result, the value of which I'm about to prove. Mr. Edgeworth, I found some things you really need to see, sir. Oh, so what are these things that you found? Some makeup, a coat, and a pair of shoes, sir. You found the coat? You hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? Maybe it's the one the person I was chasing was wearing. Yes, the possibility does exist. Agent Sheena, were these pieces of evidence not in that room when you examined it? Unfortunately for you, those aren't suspicious items of any sort. They all belong to me. They were getting in the way, so I stored them in that room. Oh. Thank you for bringing them to me. It saves me a trip. May I have them back now? No! These items that the detective brought back are incredibly significant. I request that we be allowed to examine them. They're my personal belongings, so you have no right to touch them without my permission.
Objection!
I wish to examine them for the sake of the investigation, but if you wish to deny us access to them, Agent Lang, let's hear your opinion on this. I say let them look at your stuff, Sheena. Lang. Sheena, let's put it all out in the open. If you're really innocent, then you have nothing to worry about, right? I like you more and more, Lang. At least, you're, how should I say? I don't know how to say it in English. I have a word in mind, but I don't know how to say it in English. You're an honest guy. It's not the word I was gonna use, but it expresses what I mean to say close enough. I guess so. Alright, go ahead and examine whatever you'd like. After all, I have nothing to hide. Good, now let us begin. So, which of Agent Sheena's belongings are you going to examine, sir? The coat, for traces of ash and the ink. Let's examine the coat. Yes, sir. It appears you managed to stain your coat rather badly. There are traces of ink on it. Agent Sheena, the Yatakarasu that Kay saw was wearing a coat, and I'm beginning to wonder if the stain wasn't created when you went through the fireplace. Uh-huh. No, you have it wrong. That suit probably got on my coat when I was helping the police put out the fire. And what about this dark substance around the hem of your coat? Oh, I didn't realize that the hem was that dirty. I'm sure it's just some water mixed with soot from when I was helping with the fire. I don't think so. You think you can get away with such a transparent lie? Yeah, don't lie to us, pal. This is the same pattern of dirt that got on my coat when I went through the fireplace. Your words ring hollow in the absence of evidence, you know? Well, let's burn the coat if the flames are green. That should prove that it is Babali's ink. Which I can. How? You did a great job, Detective Gumshoe. Me, sir? What did I do? This coat. This is exactly the piece of evidence I was searching for. I had been hoping to find the coat that the person Kay saw was wearing, and thanks to you, we proved that going through the fireplace would sully a coat. I don't quite get what you're saying, but I'm happy for the praise, sir. All that remains is for us to show what the dark substance on the coat hem is. And you think you can do that? If you burn the part where there's ink. Yeah, it is ink. We already know that, so no surprise there. Babali's ink? Yes, this is what will prove that the coat went through that fireplace. According to Ambassador Palaino, he burned some files in the fireplace this morning. You told us about that already, so I don't really see the point in mentioning it again. My point is that he spilled some ink onto the back wall of the fireplace at that time. If the dark substance on this coat turns out to be Babali's ink, it would prove that you and this coat went through the revolving fireplace wall. Because where else would have you picked up Babali's ink? Sorry to have clipped one of your wings, Yatakarasu, but we're not finished yet. But you have no way of proving whether or not this is Babali's ink on the coat hem. Actually, I can. I intend to show that it is ink in a few seconds. How? How, you ask? Well, since you don't seem to know, allow me to show you. This is how I will prove that the dark substance on the coat is Babali's ink. Yeah, burn the coat. There we have it. You can find out whether that is Babali's ink or not by lighting it on fire. That's how you're going to prove that it's Babali's ink? Yes, if you could please cut a section of the dark stained area for me, I'd appreciate it, because I will show you here and now what the dark substance is. Sheena, sorry to do this, but I'm going to have to cut off a bit of your coat. Go ahead, I wasn't planning to wear it anymore anyway. Now then, if someone could load me a lighter or something. Oh, I've got some matches. I always carry them with me so I can light smoke bombs. Then if I could please have 1K. We can get this experiment underway. The flame, it's green. It's the same color as the flame's white crystal oil produces, which means Babali's ink is a product of white crystal oil, and when lit, the ink produces a green flame. I believe the time has come to clip the Yatakarasu's other wing. It's Sheena. You're the fake Yatakarasu, the one who killed my father. It's about time you came clean, Agent Sheena, or should I say, Callisto, you? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, you're not serious, are you? Do I look like the joking type to you? It is true that he doesn't look like the joking type. It's really rare for him to crack a joke. Callisto, you, I've never heard that name before in my life. That manner of speaking and that attitude, you haven't changed a bit in 7 years. You're the defense attorney that killed Mr. Faraday and then tried to frame me for it. Oh, really? And you have proof? You insist that I am this Callisto you woman? You can't prove it. I was actually thinking of something. We have our perfume. If we have the dog from yesterday, have a sniff of the perfume and ask him to search or whatever, and then he should go to her if she's still wearing the same perfume after all these years. You won't be able to lay a single finger on me. The raven is a very unique bird, one that flies by the darkness of night. However, the light of dawn has arrived and it will reveal your true ugly form to the world. Enough poetry, I want to see some evidence. Do you really have something that can prove that she is Callisto you? Go fetch the dog! I do, it's something that the second Yatagarasu has preserved for us these last 7 years. Do me the honor, Mr. Edgeworth. I will, Kay, for we have finally come to the end. We'll prove her to be Callisto you with this, and clip this Yatagarasu's wings for good.
Take that!
This perfume, this will prove you to be Callisto you. It will? Kay has preserved it perfectly for us. Surely you remember this bottle. This belonged to Miss Yu just before she disappeared 7 years ago. Naturally, this means that a few of her fingerprints are on here as well. Oh, okay, that's how they're gonna do it then. I thought they were gonna ask the dog, maybe. Because it made sense because the dog was part of it. This is that bottle of perfume you spilled, which I have preserved ever since. I heard from my father, Baron Faraday, that if stored under the right conditions, a fingerprint can be preserved for decades, which means that your fingerprints are still on here, every last one. We can clear everything up if we were to compare the prints on this to your own. Now come, Agent Sheena, will you submit yourself to a fingerprint test? Haha. Ooh, she's losing it. She's losing it. This is really over the top. It looks like you've seen right through me yet again. Aha! You're sending the biggest chill down my spine, Edgeworth. Callisto, you. So you've shown your true face at last. This feeling of thrill. It's even greater than that time 7 years ago. Sheena, you're... Lang, I really enjoyed our days together. You're an insanely strong, nice, kind-hearted idiot of a man. So you were a spy all along, a mole sent by the smuggling ring I've been chasing after. Someone who has been feeding them intel on Interpol all this time. Very good. Maybe you're not as big of an idiot as I thought. Callisto, you, the woman who killed my father 7 years ago. You're her, aren't you? The fake Yatagarasu. That's right, Callisto, you. That's just one of my many names. But even that is just a facade. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am the great thief Yatagarasu. Callisto, you, this time you won't escape, for this is the end of the road for you. Now come along quietly. You know, you're the one who left the strongest impression on me, Kay Faraday. And had you not used the Yatagarasu's gadgets, I might have never known who you were. But here you are, being a thorn in my side, just like your father always was. Kay, don't! You! I'll never forgive you for what you did to my father! You really are just like him. Mr. Faraday too possessed such laughable honesty. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Kay! Ah! You let Kay go right now, pal! You despicable! Let go of me, you filthy... You think I'm a fake, don't you? Well, unfortunately for you, I'm the real Yatagarasu. But that's impossible! My father was the one who created Little Thief! Haha! Hey, Edgeworth! The Yatagarasu has 3 legs. Do you know why that is? Why it has 3 legs? There are 3 main reasons why the Yatagarasu will always be 1 step ahead. First, the Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. Second, the Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. No, it can't be. Did you finally figure it out? Did you finally know the real identity of the Yatagarasu? The real identity of the Yatagarasu is... neither person? Maybe it's 3 people? All with distinct capacities, maybe? The real identity of the Yatagarasu is neither Baron Faraday nor Callista Yu. But by the same token, they are also both the real Yatagarasu. Aha, how very perceptive of you. No way! The single person known as the Great Thief Yatagarasu never existed. Mr. Edgeworth, No, I refuse to believe this! The Yatagarasu is known to have 3 special skills. Skill number 1, the Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. And the lawyer would have the opportunity to learn the layout of client corporations. Skill number 2, the Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. That would have been him. A good prosecutor would be well versed in the ways of a criminal. And skill number 3, what was it again? Doesn't leave a single shred of evidence behind, ever? Who's in charge of evidence in general? Him? Detective Bad. It was only natural for the Yatagarasu to never leave evidence behind, because the lead detective on the case hid it all away. You're the 3rd member of the Yatagarasu. I've been looking for you for a long time, 7 long years, but I finally got you. Haha, why, Mr. Bad? Long time no see. What happened to us? We used to be such a great team. If you were such a great team, then why did you kill my father 7 years ago? It was nothing personal, really. It was just another person I had to kill. How can you say that? I grow weary of this, and it's about time for everything to come to an end. And this time, I won't miss. Stop! You! Kay! It's over, Sheena. Your leg! You got shot. He took the bullet. Agent Lang. Grr. You idiots, what were you thinking jumping in front of my gun like that? What are you risking your life for? I'm sorry, Detective Bad, but no matter what sort of past she may have had, or even if she is a spy, it doesn't change the fact that she is my subordinate. And as long as she is, I can't allow any harm to come to her, not even from you. You really are an idiot, you know that? That's fine with me. You should know by now that this is just how I am. Hey, sis. Yes? I want you to conduct a full body search. Sheena might have another weapon on her. Alright, Detective Gumshoe, your assistance, please. Sir! Hey, I found something. What is this, sir? It looks like the blade of a knife, but it doesn't have a handle. This is a great find, Detective. Huh? It is, sir? Let's try pairing up this blade with this handle. This one?
Take that!
I believe this blade actually belongs with the handle that was on the murder weapon. Hey, they fit together perfectly. This blade must have been taken from the crime scene when the knife handles were switched. I'm going to go return this Babalese knife now. Alright, I trust that you'll make sure that it is returned to Ambassador Panaino. Babalese knife handle given to Detective Gumshoe. I believe this makes it perfectly clear who did it, Callisto Hugh. For the only time the handles could have been switched is just after Mr. Kwaken's murder. Yeah, but there is still the question of the murder of Mask the Mask II. Which means that you must be Mr. Kwaken's killer. You killed Mr. Kwaken with the Alabastian knife. Switched the handles and then took the original blade of the Babalese knife with you. Later, you allowed yourself to be spotted by Kay near the open-air stage. You used the fireplace to lose her, and then you went back to accuse her of the murder. Does that about sum it up? Haha, you craft an engaging tale, Edgeworth, but there are 2 problems with it. Problems? In what respect? Why do you think my real reason was in allowing her to chase after me? To frame her? It was also I could capture Kay Faraday. What? When I saw you using that device at Gitwater Land, I knew right away that you were Baron Faraday's daughter. I became curious, so I researched a little into your background. That's how I found out that you were on the trail of the Yatagarasu. So that's why you tried to pin Mr. Kwaken's murder on me. Yes, I knew you would show up at this embassy tonight, so I thought to use you, but pinning the murder on you wasn't my only goal. You had another? Hehe, yes, once I had you under arrest, I had plans to search you and take back the device that rightfully belongs to me, the true Yatagarasu. You were going to take little thief away from me! 7 years ago, it was thanks to that device that Faraday was able to infiltrate this place. But he stole more than he should have. I had a tough time recovering that precious key. And then the person who stole the Yatagarasu's key was Mr. Faraday. You, that incident 7 years ago. What was the catalyst behind it? In the eyes of the smuggling ring, the Yatagarasu was becoming a bit of a problem. It wasn't an especially pleasant assignment. Then why? Why did you become a member of the Yatagarasu? Why? There is no why. I was destined to betray everyone from the very beginning. From the beginning? What is that supposed to mean? The person I take orders from hasn't changed, even now to this day. Does this mean that the leader of the smuggling ring wasn't Mr. Kowakin? Then the real ringleader is still out there pulling the strings. Are you done asking what you need to know? Because if so, we should probably get going. And you're going to tell me everything you did tonight. Do you understand, Sheena? I guess I should tell you then that I was the one who set the Babalese embassy on fire. And why did you do that? Ha, I suppose it was to destroy all evidence of the counterfeit bills. That was what the smuggling ring was trying to do, but then why start 2 fires? Sorry, but I can't tell you anything about the ring. It's your job to complete your investigation after all. I've had my fun, now it's your turn to enjoy the ride. Wait, I mean, Miss Sheena. Yes? When I fell to the floor earlier, these fell at my feet. What about them? They're such pretty hair sticks that I thought, well, that I should return them to you. Haha, you can have them. They're of no use to me anymore. If you don't want them, you can always just throw them away. No, I want to keep them. Suit yourself. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot Edgeworth. About the second problem I had with your story, I didn't kill anyone tonight. What? I'm not saying that as a sore loser. Think of it as a hint, if you will. Mr. Prosecutor! Yes, Agent Lang? Mark my words, I'm not done here and I'll be back. And it's got nothing to do with duty or anything, because this has become my personal case. I may have been shot, but I'll show you just how dangerous a wounded wolf can be. His anger appears to have negated the sensation of pain in his injured leg. It's finally over, Kay. I feel like I've peered into her heart a little, you know? And it's so cold and dark, and incredibly lonely. The person who was giving her all these commands. The one who thought my father was a problem to be removed. That person is the real ringleader behind the smuggling ring. Mr. Edgeworth, I have a favor to ask. Can you hold on to these air sticks for me? They're really pretty, just like the ones they were selling at the Gemmy Ninja show. But until this case is over, I don't think I can look at them without being overcome. I understand. I'll take good care of them for you. There is a bit of soil stuck on the ends of these sticks. Soil? Oh, I guess it's that time already, huh? So it's midnight, the dawn of another day. Hey, Pops. Thanks a bunch. You've really done a lot for everyone all these years. Detective Bad, don't tell me today's the day. Yeah, it is. With this, I can retire in peace. It was down to the wire, and we almost didn't make it. But we did it. We solved everything. But that's just it. We haven't solved everything yet. The ringleader of the smuggling ring, you, the Yatagarasu, we're chasing after. The legend of that Yatagarasu is now over. Mr. Edgeworth, that bit of logic earlier, it was brilliant. I feel like I can leave it all in your hands. I'm counting on you. Is it really true, Uncle Bad? Were you also a part of the Yatagarasu? As I said to you earlier, Kay, I'm truly sorry. I wanted nothing but a peaceful life for you. Uncle Bad. Hey, don't take it so seriously. It's all just one big joke, right? Unfortunately, it isn't. Oh, come on, sir. She's just yanking on my chain. Isn't she, Mr. Edgeworth? Detective Bad. Wait, no, you are no longer a detective. Mr. Bad, I'd like to ask you about the Yatagarasu. Not you too, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, here, I should give these back to you. These are the pages from my KG8 case files that the Yatagarasu stole from my office. Wait, what? Mr. Edgeworth, I must apologize for last night. It was him? So the Yatagarasu who stole into my room was you, was it? Wait then, that means... What? Tell me it's not true. That's too insane for me to believe, sir. It's true, even if it's not something you want to hear. The KG8 incident was a very emotionally trying case. We stood in that courtroom, Faraday as the prosecutor and I as the lead detective. Faraday had evidence in his possession that would prove the defendant guilty. However, because it was stolen, the defendant was found innocent. Yu was the elder sister of the victim in the case. When the defendant was pronounced not guilty, she let out a great wail. That's when we realized that there was a limit to what the law could do. The only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do so outside of the courts. That's what we thought. At the time. That's how we formed the Yatakarasu, and vowed to bring to light any dirty dealings companies had with the ring, including companies that dealt with the Amano group. Mr. Amano's conglomerate? We called ourselves the Yatakarasu and flexed our collective muscle. We exposed all sorts of shady dealings as a warning to the business world as a whole. By doing that, we were able to stop the higher-ups from covering things up. And then, it was finally time. We had finally arrived at the moment when we'd find out the ringleader's true identity. It was then that you literally stabbed us in the heart. And Faraday, he died for it. But why? Wasn't she the sister of the victim in the KG8 incident? After Faraday's death, I looked into her past, and that's when I found out that she was a phony. The victim of the KG8 incident, Chichi-Yu, she never had a sister. It was just a cover then, to throw suspicion off of her. What that means. Sheena wasn't the only fake name she used. Callisto Yu was also another pseudonym. She just said so herself earlier. From the very beginning, that woman was a spy sent by the smuggling ring. She said it herself. She was destined to betray everyone from the very beginning. Anyway, let's return to the real topic at hand. Mr. Edgeworth, this trump card that we stuck onto this page of the case file. Please, use it wisely. Trump card. That photo that we stuck on there. Try peeling it off. Behind it slumbers a piece of evidence that Faraday hid away all those years ago. It's the mark of the Yatakarasu, but why? This is a directives card from the big boss. Take a look at the back. This was something Kwaken had on him at the time of the KG8 incident 10 years ago. That blood is from the victim of the incident, Miss Chichi-Yu. But why is the card adorned with the mark of the Yatakarasu? The reason why we called ourselves the Yatakarasu was because of the three-legged raven mark that the smuggling ring's boss used. Apparently, orders from the boss would come on these cards without fail. The person who received the order was supposed to burn it immediately after reading it, and apparently it burns a bright green flame when set ablaze. So you mean the cards were written in Babalese ink? The fact that the card that Kwaken was sent made it into Faraday's hand at all is nothing short of a miracle. We decided that whenever we stole anything, we would send a card along with it to the police. So that's what those white cards are. The great thief that used the mark, that only those within the ring would know. It was our message to the ringleader that we were only a few steps behind. And one more thing, Detective Gumshoe. I'm entrusting this to you. Oh, I thought he was gonna give him his lollipop. He took it out of his mouth. I'm entrusting this to you. What is this, sir? This is what I was talking about earlier. During the KG8 incident trial, Faraday had this in his possession. This important, definitive piece of evidence. But I thought it was stolen. How do you have it? The person who stole it from us 10 years ago was a man by the name of Ernest Amano, and he had it locked and hidden away for all this time. But we forced him to tell us where it was finally, after the other day's kidnapping case. This video. Wait, don't come any closer, I'm warning you. This is the same video as the one Mr. Portsman was trying to conceal from me. Yeah, it would seem that even he was caught up in the ring's web. Amano was preparing to take on the boss someday, and the video was his insurance. That's where that prosecutor comes in. He was to retrieve the video. On top of that, he was apparently instructed to sneak into your office and steal the trump card. You saw it for yourself, right? The card that told him to preserve the evidence. Then that card was not the calling card of the Yatagarasu, but rather a directives card from the ringleader, Mr. Portsman. The two pieces together make for a strong weapon as for whoever holds them. The evidence Mr. Portsman thought to withhold from me, and the one that you stole from my office last night, both pieces are illegal, and for me to use either one is, whether you use them or not, is up to you. But they will be of help to you when you take on someone who is above the law. Is the boss one of those who cannot be brought to court that Mr. Faraday spoke of? Detective Bad, there is no limit to the law, for it is the people who determine the limits to them. You know what? That was already a strong hint. People who cannot be brought to law. Like ambassadors, for example. And I already had my suspicions for that guy who is always like so friendly and always laughing, and like that guy rubbed me off the wrong way from the first minute that he appeared on screen. The way he behaved, it was just too much. There is no limit to the law, for it is the people who determine the limits to them. You still insist that even now you really are something else. I leave the rest in your hands. Now then, Detective Gumshoe, the handcuffs. It's time to lock up the last remaining member of the Yatagarasu. Pops, don't ever lose your detective spirit. Pops, why is this happening? This isn't justice. Like I always told you, to not get emotionally involved. Now, let's go. Yes, sir. Oh, they're arresting him. Pops. Old man, come on. Is this really the end of a legend? To be continued. So now we know who the Yatakarasu really was, and yet there remains much to this case that needs to be resolved. Like how the weapons cross country lines, for example. The two countries have incredibly strict security systems and entry procedures. Ninja Red Scout, welcome back. Hi there. Short of a miracle, it's impossible for someone to have smuggled them in. Smuggling them in, huh? We will need to open a new line of investigation on just this aspect alone. But before we do, I would like to go through my evidence once more. Unnecessary evidence has been removed. Remaining evidence has been rearranged. Hey, there's a VCR here, sir. Now we can see what's on that tape Detective Bad gave us. This piece of evidence from the KG8 incident, hidden from sight for 10 long years. I just know that this is related to the current case somehow. Detective Gumshoe, if you could please play the tape for us. Sure thing, sir. This man, it's Manny Kwagan. And he's holding a knife in his hand. This looks like footage from a security camera at the entrance of an apartment building. An apartment building? How do you figure that? Yeah, that's true. How do you figure that? Unlike you, I actually read the summary file on the KG8 incident. Read, more like. I read the thing. And the crime scene was the victim's own apartment. So this footage was shot at the entrance to the victim's own apartment building. At the trial, Mr. Faraday claimed that this piece of footage existed. However, no one could find it. Yes, somehow someone was able to steal it and hide it through Mr. Ernest Amano. I can see how this would have been a definitive piece and why someone would want to hide it. But it's a piece of evidence from a 10-year-old case. There's no way it's related to this case we're working on now, sir. Actually, I believe it has everything to do with the case we're working on now. The ringleader even went so far as to use Mr. Portsman to retrieve it, which means that in this video lies a very inconvenient bit of footage to the ringleader. Where? Where? Wait, what was that? Huh? That bit you played just now, please show it to me again. This car. Well, it has the flags of an embassy. It looks like a... how do you call that? Diplomatic? I don't know the term in English. I know it in my own language, but not in English. But that's the kind of cars that ambassadors ride around in. This is something we cannot overlook. Why is that, sir? Look here, Detective Gumshoe, the flag.
Take that!
This is the national flag of the Principality of Codopia. Because it's from 7 years ago. The country wasn't split in two yet at that time, so... Yeah, right. And because it has the national flag on it, we know this to be an official government car. But the question we should be asking ourselves is, what was a government car doing there? Ah, Miss Von Karma and Mr. Edgeworth. So you were here all this time. Ambassador Alba, thank you very much for continuing the investigation even at this time of night. Ah, if only I was even a tiny bit more careful. This tragedy would never have happened. I am truly sorry. This wasn't your fault, sir. This had nothing to do with how careful you were. You idiot, Quercus! You couldn't chase after a simple thief. Now then, let's get down to the real reason why I came looking for the two of you. I would like you to put the investigation on hold for a while. Can you do that? Excuse me? Now you're making me suspicious of you too. Or is it the both of them that were in it, that were in on it? Like accomplices or something. I heard you've apprehended the thief that turned this embassy upside down, and we are in the middle of an event celebrating our country's reconciliation. We can't exactly have the police and detectives walking around here forever. You're scaring the visitors away, so I hope that you can understand how I feel. But we must finish our investigation and resolve the remaining issues. Why don't we leave the rest to the Alabastian and Babalese police? You're making me you're forcing me to suspect you too now. Come on, please don't do that. Don't complicate things. Ambassador, we are so close. Just a little more and... Miss Von Karma, I'm afraid I've made up my mind. And without my permission, you can't proceed with your investigation anyway, right? That's true. However, as he said at the very beginning, this area can be considered to be Alabastian soils, in which case we are nothing but foreigners in their land. Is this really where our investigation ends? Shifu! We found Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Shifu, this way! Yo! Agent Lang, you're back on the scene rather quickly. If I laid back and took a break, I'd lose the scent of my own prey, Mr. Prosecutor. Agent Lang, why have you returned? Because I have to solve this case no matter what. He's Interpol, so he doesn't have to take orders from ambassadors, maybe? Maybe? I don't know. Sorry to inform you. And don't take this the wrong way, I don't suspect you personally. However, a member of Interpol was just found to be a thief, and so... Under these circumstances, I wish you put your investigation on hold. After all, I believe our own police can handle things from here. They are quite capable. At this rate, our investigation really will come to a close. Heh. Ambassador Alba, I get it now, I really do. Oh, I'm very glad you understand how I feel. No, not that. What I was talking about is... I know who the killer is behind tonight's murder. You... know? The... killer? Do you really mean that, Agent Lang? Heh, wolves don't lie. Then who is it? Well, let me first say that I'm not talking about Mr. Kwakin's murder. That was Ochina. Lang Z says, the truth lies not at the exit, but rather shines outside the maze itself. The truth is unexpectedly simple. So let me ask you this. Who do you think was the Masked Second's killer? I'll tell you who. It was you, Ambassador. It was you. What? Are you insane? Franziska Von Karma? Killing someone? Hey, wait, but that's impossible. Although, that whip is actually quite... Yow! Hold your tongue and that ludicrous remark you were about to make. Agent Lang, Are you seriously accusing her of murder? Yeah, I am. He doesn't appear to be joking. Hey sis, I remember that just before Ambassador Alba went to give his speech. He called you into his office, right? Yes, he did, but what does that have to do with anything? I'm getting to that. Furthermore, in order to solve both cases, you moved around rather freely between Alabast and Babal, did you not?
Objection!
And where is your evidence that I am the killer? Not so fast. I was just getting to that. Trust me, I'll show them to you in due time. Ambassador Alba, in order for me to bring this case to a close, I'll need to inspect your office one more time. Will you grant me permission? With things as they are, I suppose I don't have much of a choice, do I? Good then, let's move out. Oh, and don't even think about running away, sis. My pack will be keeping a close eye on you. You can bet your bottom dollar on that. As if I would have any reason to flee. But just so we're clear, your logic had better be sound. Because I'll accept nothing short of a perfect explanation. She seems rather upset, not that I blame her. I expected that you'd accept no less. But we'll see how long you can keep that nose of yours stuck up in the air like that. He's not wrong. Your nose is stuck up in the air like that. Agent Lang, as someone related to tonight's case, I request that you allow me to take part, and so that I may clean up my superior's mess. I guess I should. The more the merrier, especially when it's the peanut gallery. Oh, in that case I want to join in too. I still haven't seen what it looks like in Alabast yet. If you let Kay in, then you've got to let me in too, pal. I can't sit around and do nothing when Miss Von Karma's in trouble. Hey, Gummy, let's have a competition to see who can save her first, okay? Okay, I'll take you up on that. Bunch of kids. Gumshoe included. Fired up and raring to go. As a detective, I don't believe this is something you're supposed to be excited over. Sounds like this is going to get real interesting. Ambassador Alba, I'll be bringing these kids along for the ride. Very well. But I'd like you to keep in mind that this will be your last chance. I'll have this whole mess cleaned up before you know it. Now let's go. Okay, now let's first go over the facts one more time. This guy's pretty cocky. Yeah, I agree. But then again, so can Franziska von Karma be. So... Manny Quacken's body was found over in the Secretariat's office in Babal. The weapon that took his life was one of Alabast's ornamental knives. And then the body of the Master II, Mr. Kashino, was found here in the Alabastian ambassador's office. Through our investigation, we found that the murder weapon was this Primitic statue. And that this is actually Babal's statue. This case, no matter how I look at it, sis, if it wasn't you, then there was no one else who could have pulled this off. Are you sure about that?
Objection!
Agent Lang, do you understand the full implications of what you are saying? Of course I do, sis, and I'm serious. You were on the trail of the smuggling ring, and you wanted any evidence you could find, and so, while people were distracted by the Yatagarasu's appearance, you snuck in here. That's when you two ran into each other. You and that other thief who took advantage of the confusion from the fire.
Objection!
Even if all that were true, how do you explain the movement of the weapons? Don't worry, I plan to show that you're the culprit behind that too. You had permission to investigate both embassies at will. With that kind of free reign, you could have easily taken the weapons across country lines. Hey now! Look sis, I thought I already told you I'm not messing around here. This case isn't directly tied to the smuggling ring. But Sheena certainly is tied to the smuggling ring. He is right in saying that she is a member of the smuggling ring. However, the connection between this case and the ring... Could it not be deeper than what any of us can imagine? Let's get this ridiculous circus over with already. Franziska, you need to calm down. Because you only know the facts of the Alabastian side of the case. I don't believe you can see the case as a whole, and therefore solve it. What? But don't worry, I am taking this seriously as well, and I will prove your innocence. That's the only way to be, Mr. Prosecutor. But can you come up with anything else that can top my hypothesis? Of course your explanation has to solve the mystery of the moving weapons as well. Of course, and I will. Let us now delve into the truth behind the murder of the Master Second. You do understand, don't you, Miles Edgeworth? This isn't just a confrontation against Agent Lang. If you can't figure out how the murder of the Master Second is related to the smuggling ring, then it will mean the end of our investigation. As long as I have no good counter-argument to his hypothesis, then the best I can do is walk this thin tightrope and see what I can do. Come on, Mr. Prosecutor, let's get started. Yes, let's. One of Alabast's knives was used in Babal to murder Mr. Quagin. And the murder weapon in the killing of the Master Second is Babal's primitive statue. Somehow these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security. Well, was it really her? So as long as I can't explain how the weapons moved about, Francisca, well, Miles, Prosecutor. That he is. You got it, Mr. Prosecutor, so why don't you stop giving me a hard time? Under these circumstances, who the heck can carry a weapon across country lines? I've worked through every possibility, but there's only one that's plausible. Agent Lang, what I've learned from you just now is that you've lost sight of yourself. What are you talking about? By focusing too intently on that which is in front of us, we become blind to the truth. Don't tell me Lang Chi never said anything to that effect. You Prosecutor, who do you think you are speaking of Lang Chi's proverbs like that? I don't need his proverbs, because my words are all you will need to see the truth. He is pretty cocky too. Isn't one of them hollow? Agent Lang, those two items are not the only two to cross the border tonight. What else did? The Master Second was killed with Babal's primitive statue, yes, but if that's the case, then tell me, where did Alabast's primitive statue go? Well, the other way around, yeah. Precisely, and if the two statues really were switched, then this means that both statues were smuggled across the border at some point, which means that a total of 3 items were smuggled across the embassies. Yeah, but it doesn't change anything, though. It doesn't matter, the number of items, only that the sis is the only one who could have done it, because the only person who went back and forth between Alabast and Babal is her. Is that really true? Was there no one else who traveled between the two countries? There was definitely another person, one who paid a visit to both sides of the wall. Well, the Yatagarasu, I guess.
Objection!
Is that really so, Agent Lang? What a lousy time to try and bluff your way out of this. I checked out what the guard said, along with the security camera's footage. You're not going to overturn my hypothesis that easily. But suppose there was some other way other than through the theater doors. What other way? The other entity that managed to cross the border unarmed. If I pointed out, it would open up a whole new possibility, and though I hesitate to bring this out, as long as this entity exists, the impossible road becomes a possibility. It looks like you've got some clever idea in mind. I do, and I can show it to you through a single piece of evidence. The photo? of the Yatagarasu flying. Let's see this piece of evidence that will show me this other route. By flying, it's that one, isn't it? Yeah.
Take that!
Agent Lang, I'm sure you are familiar with this unforgettable photo. That supernatural photo, like I said before. Humans can't fly. No, of course not. I understand that perfectly well. And don't start claiming that Sheena somehow grew wings either. I wouldn't dream of claiming that. And I won't allow you to take back what you just said earlier. I'll say it again. It's not humanly possible to fly through the air without wings. What about that length of wire that we found? So you'd better have a good explanation for us, Mr. Prosecutor. But how can I prove who it was that flew through the air in this photo? Wait, not humanly possible? Eureka. Very well, you will have your explanation. It sounds like you have a good idea simmering inside that head of yours. Let's hear it. The face hidden within this photo's blurry trailed shadow is... I'm not so sure here. Well, they make it clear... Well, okay, yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, if it's a profile I have to show... but here, they already take out the possibility of showing a profile, so it's probably not a person, but more like an object. Could it be one of the statues? But how? Even if it was one of the statues, how would it fly? Using the wire, I suppose, but... where is it, the wire? A good length of wire that was found wound up inside Babal's grandfather clock.
Take that!
Naturally, the shadow is the third smuggled object, the Primitive statue replica. You can't be serious. The Yatakarasu, or rather Callisto Yu dressed as Agent Sheena, was inside Babal. She dressed the replica statue up in clothes and launched it through the air, but how?
Not the best!
Mr. Prosecutor! You left out a very crucial bit in your explanation. I know I did. She launched it through the air? Huh. And how exactly did she do that? He's literally baring his fangs at me. But he has a point. How exactly did it move through the air like that? As long as this remains unsolved, we won't be able to move any closer to the truth. Which reminds me, didn't he say this earlier? Hey sis, I remember that just before Ambassador Alba went to give his speech, he called you into his office, right? So just before the murder, Francisca was called here right into this very room. If that's the case, then that may be another avenue I can pursue. Agent Lang, in order for me to answer that question, I will need to hear testimony from Ms. Von Karma. Oh, what are you up to now, pretty boy? Earlier you mentioned something of interest to me. You said that just before the murder occurred, Mr. Von Karma had been in this room because Ambassador Alba had called for her. And for that reason alone, you believe her to be the killer. Yeah, I guess I did say something like that. In that case, I believe it is my duty to ask her what her side of the story is. Do you really think a criminal would tell us the honest truth? How dare you! As I've said numerous times, there is absolutely no proof that I am the killer. Miles Edgeworth, don't tell me you suspect me too. I don't. However, I can't ignore the fact that you were in this room at one point in time. Which is why I would like to hear about your movements in this room. Francisca, I feel that I still don't have enough information, which is why your testimony is incredibly important to the outcome of this case. Alright, so, what would you like me to talk about? I'd like you to please testify to your movements in this room until the murder occurred. Alright, let's try this your way for a change. But if what she has to say turns out to be a waste of time, I'll place her under arrest faster than you can say no. That you can howl no. As you wish. As I said earlier, I was assigned to guard duty in the Alabastian embassy. After I saw the Steel Samurai off on his way towards the ambassador's office, I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked up on the security situation. After all the preparations were in place, I was called back by Ambassador Alba to his office. Um. mm, I may need to press. Francisca, I want us to make this clear from the very beginning. So what I wish to confirm is that the only time span in which you were in this office was before the murder occurred. Is that correct? Yes, of course. I see. For now, the only way that I can see for us to break out of this situation is to ask Francisca about her testimony in more detail. I see no problem here. After I saw the Steel Samurai off on his way towards the ambassador's office, I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked up on the security situation. The preparations were in place. I was called back to by Ambassador Alba to his office. Why were you called back? At that time, the Master Second's body had yet to be found in this room. Is that correct? That's right, but Ambassador Alba was here. One could hardly miss his rather large presence. What if he used the plant that looks like him to fake his presence? I don't know. A criminal will say anything to get out of getting arrested. How do we know you're not lying? What if you need proof? I'd be happy to oblige you. Seriously? Like I keep telling you, when I arrived at this office, Ambassador Alba was already here. He was standing by the flower box on the windowsill watering his plants. Ah, I can attest to that. I remember speaking with the lovely lady around that time here in my office. Alright then, and add that statement to your testimony and let's hear some details. So Ambassador Alba was in this room at the time, was he? When I arrived, Ambassador Alba was watering the flowers on the windowsill. The Primatic statues were already switched by the time the murder happened. In light of that fact, what Francisca saw in this room before the crime is of incredible importance. As I said earlier, I was assigned to guard duty on the Alabastian embassy. Yeah, there we go.
Hold it!
For the sake of being thorough, I'd like to ask you something. How did you know that Ambassador Alba was watering his plants on the windowsill? What do you mean by that? The entrance to this room on this side is on this side, however the window is on the opposite side. If what you say is true, then when you entered the room, his body would have been like a wall. It would have been blocking your view of what he was doing. Is that not correct? I suppose it was a bit hard to see around him, but fortunately for me, Ambassador Alba is not an immovable wall. I knocked before I entered, and as I did, he turned around to greet me, with a watering can in his hand, so it's only natural to believe that he was watering his plants, right? I suppose. After his greeting, we spent a little time talking about his flowers. He had obtained them himself and is growing them with the utmost care, you know. The plants in this room, they are all like my children. The passion flowers in the flower box on the windowsill are growing beautifully, too. All 4 of them. There were only 2 when I looked. In fact, I think I have evidence to that. Yeah, what did you say just now? Yeah, there's only 2 now. I said that the flowers are growing beautifully. What about that statement do you not understand? What I do not understand why a certain thing is the way it is. I'd like for you to append your statements to that statement to your testimony. Very well. Francisca, For some odd reason, your testimony contradicts with this piece of evidence. It does appear that way. Huh, I knew it. I knew we couldn't trust your word, sis. Yeah, but maybe there were 4 at the time, and then later on, well, there were only 2 left or something. Maybe because the mask came through the window? What are you doing, discrediting Miss Von Karma like this? Yes, sir. If you keep this up, she's gonna get taken away, sir. All I've done is state what I saw. I have made not a single mistake in my testimony. And for this, I am still under suspicion for murder. Is the number of flowers really all that important at this juncture, Miles? At the very least, it is a contradiction in this enigmatic case. One that I find hard to dismiss as irrelevant. Then let's hear it, Mr. Prosecutor. What does the number of flowers have to do with anything? What does it prove? I believe the answer to that will become clear if we were to examine that flower box. How did this contradiction come about? They're my beloved flowers. I've grown them with the utmost care. Yeah, so why are there 2 missing if he takes such good care of them? So I ask that you please be gentle with them as you examine them, Mr. Edgeworth. I understand. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious looking nook and cranny. This patch of soil looks as though it has had something removed from it. Hey, what are you doing, Mr. Prosecutor? Why'd you climb up all of a sudden? I'm still here waiting for an explanation, you know? Did you know, Agent Lang, flowers are best appreciated in silence? Tch. Looks like 2 things were pulled out of this flower box. Why'd you climb up all of a sudden? I'm still here. Oh, no, okay, it's the same thing. The name of these flowers, I believe they're called passion flowers. Despite being called flowers, they are actually a species of vine. They appear to be growing well and are well supported by these plant supports. Yeah, but no matter how I look at it, it looks like there are only 2 of the 2 there to me. You realize, don't you, sis? Your little lie has failed you. Miles Edgeworth, hurry up and shut this man up for me already. I suppose I will need to use some evidence to shut him up, won't I?
It's hard to see, it's a bit little.
Hey, yeah. What if they're not air sticks? What if they're supposed to be support sticks for the plants? I believe I have just the piece of evidence you require. You do you? You have such confidence in the face of your current plight. But I highly doubt it'll last until the end. You howl like a wolf, Agent Lang. But we'll see if you have any bite to back up that bark after you see the evidence. Sheena, who was supposedly in Babal the entire time, had these hair sticks on her. That look exactly like the plant supports in this flower box. In other words, I believe it can be said that these hair sticks are in actuality support sticks for the passion flowers. Hey, and so what? Well, Sheena had these in her possession. Is this really all that important to the case? Of course it is. It means that we found yet another item that was smuggled between the countries tonight. Hiya! Think about it logically, Agent Lang. These sticks were originally in Alabast. But somehow, they wound up in China's hands, who was in Babal the whole night. So make no mistake, these sticks were smuggled somehow, just like the knife and statue. Very well then. I want to hear from you exactly how they wound up in Babal. How indeed? There might be some reason as to why they ended up here. So that's why, Agent Lang, if you would please take a look at this and tell me its shape. It's just another stick, isn't it? And so it is, but the shape of the support sticks, that is what is important. For when they are used with something in this room, that's when it all comes into focus. Well, the crossbow, maybe. Because other than that, I don't see what you could use to launch them across to the other building. To the other half, anyway. Across the courtyard. That's a crossbow. Wait, you're not really suggesting. I am these hair sticks, or rather plant support sticks. They make for perfect arrows. Hiya! I've done it. I found the common thread that connects the two offices. But this thread has yet to be completely untangled. Even using the arrows, how does this explain how the statues were transported? Furthermore, who could it have been who fired these sticks as arrows? Yeah, who would do such a thing? Who would have an idea like that? There must be a common thread that ties all of these things together. Mr. Prosecutor, hold up a second. You do realize what happens when you tie a statue to an arrow, right? They don't fly at all. Oops. So Babal's statue was draped in the Yatakarasu's cloth and then shot over here. Even if you fired the arrows from this side, they wouldn't go far with a statue tied to them. I don't think I need to tell you that the primitive statues didn't sprout wings. You're a realist after all, aren't you? The primitive statues didn't sprout wings? Of course they didn't. Glad you understand. I feel much better already. I was afraid for a second that you were unaware of that crucial fact. It's only crucial because you're under the belief that wings are necessary to this equation. What? You need to free your mind a bit more, Neo, and let it fly like a bird on the wind. The primitive statues flew but not on a wing. Allow me a bit of your time and I'll explain this mysterious phenomenon to you. So Babal's statue was draped in the Yatakarasu's cloth and then shot over here. Even if you fired the arrows from this side, they wouldn't go far with a statue tied to them. I don't think I need to tell you that the primitive statues didn't sprout wings. I think I understand what went sailing through the air. I suppose that's because you're an expert at things that fly through the air. What did you expect from the second Yatakarasu? From a great thief. Indeed, now to show Agent Lang what really went soaring through the air tonight. So Babal's statue was draped in the Yatakarasu's cloth and then shot over here. Even if you fired the arrows from this side, they wouldn't go far with the statue tied to them. It's the wire, isn't it? But we are in agreement that an arrow by itself would reach the other side, correct? But just the arrow by itself is pretty meaningless, don't you think, Mr. Prosecutor? Because the things they wanted to smuggle were a lot bigger than nothing. No, that's not necessarily true. What? What I need right now is not further discussion of my conclusions. It's the launching of my conclusions. What the shooter wanted to launch with the crossbow was not the statues themselves, but rather something a crossbow can launch that can be used to move the statues, like a wire. Well, everything is taking shape at this point. Finally, finally we have reached this point in our discussion, for I present to you that which was carried by the arrow from the crossbow. Heh, I get it now, Mr. Prosecutor. I can see exactly what you are trying to say. You're saying that the wire was tied to an arrow and then shot into Mr. Quacken's office? All the way from the 5th floor of the Bastion Embassy, down to the 3rd floor to the Babalese Embassy? If what you're claiming is really what happened, I can see how Alabast's Primitive statue could be moved. Gravity could be used to move the statue down the wire from the 5th to the 3rd floor. But then, what about Babal's Primitive statue? The dark shadow in this photo is clearly flying away from Babal. Going in the opposite way of gravity from the 3rd floor of the Babalese Embassy up to the 5th floor of the Alabastian Embassy. How do you explain that? Aha, I think I finally see how the gears behind this whole trick works. Agent Lang, the motion used behind this trick, I wonder if perhaps you have yet to envision how it works in your head. Motion? What motion? This is the motion that was employed to smuggle Babal's primitive steak. Bungee action?
I might made a mistake here.
This is the motion that was employed to smuggle Babal's primitive statue. I believe it was done via rotary motion. If the two statues were transported simultaneously, get real, the statues would collide somewhere along the way. Did I ever say that there was only one line of wire between the two offices? Yeah. Yeah, I can see now, yeah. If you shot an arrow with the two ends of a wire tied to it, a circular belt can be formed. He's watched a bit too much of Disney's Robin Hood. Langshi says, don't object and call a success what is beyond reasonability. Taking into account the tension differences between the two wires, the top one would sag too much to the point where the statues would collide away. Anyway, Agent Lang, as you know, the primitive statue is a one-of-a-kind national treasure. And the fact that Babal's statue is a hollow replica of the real statue, it would naturally be the lighter than the real one, meaning that my idea is very possible. Lexi says, "Owl!" Here is what I believe happened. Miss Yu and her mystery co-conspirators set themselves up in the two different rooms. The co-conspirator bridged the rooms by shooting the two ends of the wire down on one arrow. And then the two of them covered the statues and proceeded to transport the statues. After the switch was completed, another arrow was fired. Carrying the other end of the wire down to Babal where it was to be disposed of. And to do that, Miss Yu hid it inside the grandfather clock, QED. Grr. This proves it, right, Agent Lang? That I'm not the killer. Well, no, it proves that the objects could have been transported from one embassy to the other in a different way than simply going through her. Not yet, sis. I still haven't had my dessert yet. Right, Mr. Prosecutor? The proof is in the pudding, as it were. Pudding is a nice dessert. So, do you think you can do it? Can you prove that what you said is what happened? Because remember, if you can't, I'll be taking a certain someone back home with me as a souvenir. I agree that as long as there is no proof, my hypothesis remains just that. She's such a pain in the butt. Can't you just let her get arrested so that she's off your back? However, what I have laid out is no mere hypothesis, for there is one more piece of evidence. One more? This should be interesting. You think you have a piece of evidence that will turn your hypothesis into fact? Well then, let's see it, Mr. Prosecutor. The thing that made it possible to create a circular belt out of a length of wire. I believe that it is right here in this very room. Oh, the fan? On the ceiling? Yeah, it's the biggest thing on the screen there, so if I have to point it out, it's pretty obvious that this is the thing.
Take that!
It's a no-brainer. Looks like you dropped another bomb on us again. The last piece to the trick are 2 pulleys. Precisely, the ceiling fans double as pulleys in this case. Ah, yeah, the thing that was on the floor after the fire in that office, in Kwaken's office. I thought it was a lamp, like a chandelier or something like that, but actually it was the remnants of that thing, maybe. Thanks to the fact that there is one installed in each of the offices, the ceiling fans made for the perfect pulley set for the wire to run on. Arr! This must be it. This is how the smugglers bypass the impenetrable security. You really are something else, Mr. Prosecutor. I bet you figured it all out already, haven't you? You know who the big hotshot that set up this real-life stage show is, don't you? The person who set up this rather large and complex stage show needs to be someone who had foreknowledge of the existence of a ceiling fan in both the Alabastian and Babalis offices, and that the passion flower's support stakes could be used as arrows. Who is it? Don't you dare make this wolf wait for his food. Why are you so hesitant, Miles Edgeworth? If you can't say who it is, why don't you present something like you always do? A single point of the finger here, and this case will explode into an international incident. However, it's already too late for me to stop the forward momentum. It appears that I have no choice now, but to rush in. Well, the sticks.
Take that!
The smuggling could not have been possible without the use of the crossbow. Furthermore, the arrows that were shot by the crossbow were plucked, as it were, from the flower box in this very room. They were planted so long ago that the passion flowers had the time to grow so big that Ms. von Karma didn't even notice the arrows when she visited this room today. On top of all this, the fact that the culprit knew that both offices had ceiling fans tells us that the person has very detailed information on the embassy's layout. The ambassador himself? So as you may have already guessed, the person I am accusing of hatching this plan is the person who grew the flowers in the flower box with the utmost care. Thus it can only be you, Quercus Alba. That seems a bit ridiculous, though. Are you out of your mind, Miles Edgeworth? I'm certain of what I am saying, and I am sure that he is the culprit. Heh. Tell me, Mr. Prosecutor. What was the ambassador trying to accomplish by doing all that stuff you just outlined? Why in the world would he need to use a trick like that? I understand your need to doubt me. However, there is one thing that stands out to me as very odd. Just one thing, the one single end result Ambassador Alba sought to obtain. If we were to examine the focus of this complex trick, I believe we will finally find the answer to everything. Everything will become clear once we examine this piece of evidence. The statue.
Take that!
I would fully understand the reasoning had the situation been the reverse. Well, if the statues are hollow, couldn't they try to smuggle ink and paper? Because if they're counterfeiting bills, you need ink, but you need paper also. Paper is the specialty of one of the two countries, and ink is the specialty of the other. So they would have to smuggle that way stuff between the two countries. I think the two ambassadors might be in on it. Or maybe it's just the ambassador on one side and Manny Kwaken on the other, but then who killed Manny? Yeah, well, right. I would fully understand the reasoning had the situation been the reverse. However, to go through the trouble of swapping the real Primatic statue for the fake, I sense a very shady reason for such a bizarre action, and who better to ask for that reason than King Primedix himself. I see. Ambassador will be examining that statue now, with or without your permission. Yeah, the hollow one. This guy kind of looks like the Steel Samurai, don't you think? Maybe it's because they look alike that he was picked to be the Goodwill Ambassador. I suppose that's possible. Take a look at this area around the base of his neck. Looks like a gap. Well, right there, you can't see it. Maybe it's meant to be some kind of secret. Perhaps it's possible to open the statue from this gap in its construction. Hurry up and open it, Miles. Alright, here goes. Wow, it really did open up. Hey, what's this thing that fell out? I believe a more thorough examination of it is required. A bill? Or is it the things that you use to print bills? How do you call that again? It's a plate for making counterfeit bills. Somehow it appears that we've at long last arrived at the exit to this complex labyrinth. We finally hold within our hands one of the counterfeit money plates. And the reason why the replica was smuggled into Alabas to begin with. Ah, okay. The Primedic statue can only be handled by the ambassador or the Secretariat. And the replica is nothing more than a hollow shell covered in gold. These two circumstances make the statue the ideal object in which to hide contraband. After receiving the statue containing the counterfeit plate from Sheena, the ambassador had the misfortune of accidentally running into the Mask II. Surprised by the thief, the ambassador raised the replica statue at Mask II. And then, in order to frame the Steel Samurai of the murder, he covered the samurai sword in blood. Yeah, since that idiot had forgotten it in the office. Well, Ambassador Alba?
This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
You're the leader of the smuggling ring. My country is a mess, and it's all because of you. You're the one who killed the Mask II. Is it so easy, though? Is it that easy? Answer us. He doesn't have to. I never thought that you would figure things out to this level. However, there is one point I disagree with you on. The head of the smuggling ring was Mr. Koaken. It's easy to pin it on him now that he's dead. Quite screwing around, or quit screwing around? Okay, well, quite screwing around then, if you say so. I have no sympathy for someone who would try to pass the guilt onto a dead man. If there is one thing I'm sure of, it's that you're the real ringleader, Crocus Alba. It's not good to speak with such subjectivity, you know, agent-like. Subjectivity? My conclusion is anything but, and is the result of logic and investigation. Logic and investigation. Only seconds ago you were ready to arrest Miss Von Karma. He's not wrong. He's not wrong with that one. Heh. 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 Okay, why are you laughing now? It looks like you still don't get why I came back. Excuse me? You see, the reason I came back is so that I could sink my fangs into your wrinkly old neck. But you know, I thought about that. Because it sounded so ridiculous that he would accuse Von Karma. But if he didn't, they would all have been thrown out of the embassy. Like, let the local, the police of the two countries handle this. And so on and so forth. I felt in myself, well, a few minutes ago he was like all pals with us, and now he's accusing Von Karma. Maybe he's doing that only so that we can get back inside the embassy. Actually, that came to mind. From the very beginning, my real target has been you. What? Agent Lang, I demand an explanation. Sorry, sis. I didn't mean to put you through all that. I knew you were innocent from the very beginning. You did? I knew that this whole incident had been meticulously planned and prepared for, so naturally the occupant of this room, Ambassador Alba, seemed the most suspicious. But without the Ambassador's permission, we couldn't get in to take another look around. Ah, so that's why you put on this big show to accuse Francisca of the murder. Well, it did look like a show. Using Francisca as the bait, you were able to gain a sentry and investigative rights. Yeah, if I hadn't done that, I doubt the Ambassador would have given the okay to poke around. So that's what all this was about. Very well, I will forgive you. Yeah, plus the other guy, the Ambassador, must have thought, well, if they're gonna pin the murder on her, then it's all good for me, so I should probably let them, or something. That was a good plan. But in exchange for using me as bait, you will take some responsibility and help us find the truth. Agent Lang, for giving me such a great opening, I thank you. You know, I just knew, Mr. Prosecutor, that somehow, if we were able to find some proof by investigating this room, that you would be able to figure out the real culprit with your special brand of logic. Heh, the evidence detectives collect combined with the logic of a prosecutor. That's just as it should be in a prosecutor-detective team, right? I don't know about all that, but one thing I do know is that I'm itching to see that old man get what's coming to him. Oh, you're quite scary when you want to be, aren't you? But he's an ambassador, and who's gonna put him in prison? You were the one who was planning to use me to push all the guilt onto the sis, but unfortunately for you, you misjudged me. Agent Lang, I wish for you to stop trying to intimidate me. What we need right now is evidence and proof. I wonder if you have what is necessary to prove that I am the head of the smuggling ring.
Objection!
Don't be such a sore loser. If you really are the head of the smuggling ring, then you should acknowledge your crimes with dignity. Dignity? That is nothing more than a fool's insincere display of strength. If you really wish for me to acknowledge my crimes, then I would like to first see some of this thing you call evidence. I tell you, I knew nothing. Really, I didn't even know that a counterfeit plate was hidden inside the statue. You swapped a real statue that vested in your country to the authority... you swapped a real statue that vested in your country the authority to rule for a fake. It doesn't make any sense that you didn't know anything. It doesn't make sense? Where doesn't it make sense? Can you prove that it doesn't make sense? He's really got us. He's turned the entire situation around against us. The proof that Interpol has been after which points to this man as the ringleader. If we can somehow find that proof now, then we can see to it that justice is finally served. Is there nothing I can use to break this case wide open? The documents that he returned to me? They're showing that scene now. That? Didn't he return a document as well? The videotape? Which country is it the flag of? That one. I suppose this one. Maybe the tape? The trump card and the videotape. With those two items, we might be able to finally bring this man down, but the card is evidence from a case that Mr. Faraday hid away in secret, and the tape was stolen by Detective Bad from the police. They're both illegal evidence. Arrgh! What should I do? No matter what, a protector of the law can't be allowed to use such pieces of evidence. Needless to say, we von Karmas are commanded to achieve nothing but victory and by any means necessary. The only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do so outside of the courts. That's what we thought at the time. I no longer follow the path of Manfred von Karma, and I won't follow the path of the Yatakarasu. This leaves me with what? What creed will I believe in? If I want to pursue the truth, then I will sully my hands in illegality. And if I want to pursue justice, then I will lose the truth. What is the law and what is justice? What is a man? And which path is a prosecutor supposed to follow? That choice is one I must make my own hand here and now. Shoot. Do I? Do I use it or not? Let's use it. There is no limit to the law. Any limit that exists was set there by man. When a person goes beyond that limit, then the law too crosses into new territory. For what reason were laws invented? The answer to that is what I must now show. Ambassador Alba, I wonder if you might recognize this. Oh, I wonder what that card is. I've never seen that before in my life. It's a directives card used by the leader of the ring to relay instructions to his subordinates. Oh, is that what it is? This card was sent to the real culprit behind the KG8 incident 10 years ago, a man by the name of Mr. Manny Kowakin. Oh, so why do you have such a card in your possession? Because it was hand-delivered to me by a certain great thief, the Yatagarasu. The Yatagarasu gave that to you? Don't talk nonsense and let's be serious, Mr. Edgeworth. Do you have any proof that the card contains directions from the ringleader? I'll have you note that the card is not the only thing I was given. I couldn't let the guy off the hook, I had to use the evidence. This contains security footage that was shot just before the start of the KG8 incident. The KG8 incident, the card and the video, these two pieces of evidence and what will seal your fate, are what will seal your fate. Oh ho, very interesting. I must admit I am very curious now. Very curious indeed in these case-deciding pieces of evidence you've presented. The prey the Yatakarasu has been chasing all this time now stands before me. I can't allow this man, who has had free reign for 10 long years, to simply walk away. Now is the time for me to bring to fruition the valiant spirit that was given to me. So what is this interesting thing that you wanted to show me? The trump card and the videotape. These two pieces of evidence together make for the ultimate hand. And this is where the real meaning behind Detective Bad's words will be realized. Detective Gumshoe! Yes, sir! What you see here is security footage shot just before the KG8 murder occurred. From this footage, we know that the card is a directives card from the smuggling ring. This is the section that proves that the card was used to relay an order. Well... that?
Take that!
As you can see, Mr. Kowakin is holding the card in his right hand. I see. The killer is indeed holding the card with the exact same design on it, but that card and the one you have, just because they look the same doesn't mean that they are, does it now? But there is a very easy way for me to prove that they are in fact one and the same. All we have to do is simply take a look at this. There's blood on it. Ah, stupid cat. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. This dark red blood. Yes, this is your proof. Proof that the orders on this card were played out in that terrible tragedy. The blood belongs to the victim of the KG-8 incident. With a bit of DNA testing, we can very easily verify that as fact. If you have no objections, then I'd like for you to take a look at this next piece of footage. This car that passed by in front of the victim's apartment building. It's an official Codopian government car. What? Detective Gumshoe, if you could please magnify the footage. Yeah, enhance the footage, please. This area of the footage directly links the smuggling ring with Codopia. That, the reflection?
Take that!
This section will make it clear to us. You must be very tired, Mr. Edgeworth. What? No, not that. We see something in the reflection. If you continue presenting completely irrelevant evidence like this, I'm afraid your investigation may fall apart. Perhaps it is time for you to retire. Wait, but I was so sure it was this area. Alright, focus, Miles. The area I should be pointing out to is definitely here. We can't see the face of the guy. What's in the pocket, maybe? There's no one in the front seat. Okay, well,
Take that!
yeah, well, it's true. It's supposed to take place in in the United States, as they say, well, in America, and they're driving on the left side of the road, not on the right. The car is on this side, and there's no conductor on this side. The conductor, because the steering wheel is on the right side inside the car, and this is supposed to take place in the United States. We're supposed to believe that. The shape of this pocket and the directive cards in it. It tells us that without a doubt this person in this car is Mr. Kowakin. The license plate on the car was also captured by the security camera. And with it, we can easily find out who was sitting in this car on that day 10 years ago. Which is why I can say with confidence that you were riding in this car on that day. Was he the ambassador of Codopia at the time? Ha! Ha 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 ha! What? Ooh. You've done well, boy, to make it this far. However, about your claim that I was riding in the car at the time, that's going to be mighty difficult to prove. Well, now that we can see the badge on the front of your clothes, and that we can see the same badge in the reflection of the window of the car, the Principality of Codopia no longer exists, so naturally all records from that time period also no longer exists. That arrogance, what it really means is he's already erased all traces of them. Are we finished here, boy? Yeah, that's right. Flash that badge specifically in my eyes. The only weapon I have left now, to me now, is this piece of footage. Well, there is hardly anything else that you can see in the footage, so... What the? Ambassador Alba. Yes, what is it? You were once an army man in the service of Codopia, and it was you who made the many missions you participated in successes, correct? Why the sudden backhanded praises, boy? Although, to be sure, this is his final form. The final form of the boss. The brilliant medals on my breast were awarded to me during the era of Codopia, but now I am the only one who owns this particular medal. In that case, the only person it could be who is sitting in this car is you. How do you figure that? By the medal captured here in this footage. It is clearly the same exact medal as the one on your chest. What? What? This is how it will be, but I won't look back, for this is the path that I have chosen. Grr. You've moved me with your devotion to this case, Mr. Edgeworth. Why is he taking such an arrogant stance with me? It's almost looking possible, isn't it, for the lot of you to have come this far. It looks like I just might lose our little game this time. You might lose the game this time. You don't get another round, Mr. Ambassador. Is that a fact? Very well. I've decided to confess and admit my guilt. You're going to confess? He's going to confess to something completely different that will let him off the hook. Probably. And I will accept whatever punishment that may come as a result. Regarding the mask, the second murder, I admit it. I did it out of self-defense. You're claiming it was justified self-defense? The mask the second attacked me, and I felt that my life was in danger. If I hadn't done what I did, I might be the one you found dead instead of him. What a pathetic performance. I'm not giving you one. Wow, you two really know how to laugh at inappropriate times. If you wish to claim it was justified self-defense, then we will need some evidence. It's always the evidence with you, isn't it? But if that's what you require, I'll provide it. That man left a mark on me when he attacked. What? I don't particularly want to show it off, but this is proof that it was in self-defense. I am an old man, and sometimes I don't pay enough attention when I should. But the mask the second didn't have a single weapon on his body. Hold on, it's nothing to get worked up over because I hid the weapon. You hid it? I'm sorry, but as you know, a murder is a murder, even if it's in self-defense. And I couldn't let it become public, seeing as how I am an ambassador. This is the weapon you seek. My special bonsai trimming shears. It's covered in blood. He was trembling quite badly during our struggle. But that's when we grabbed the shears that were sitting in my office and attacked. So you see, it was an act of self-defense. How is it possible? There was blood on the statue. Since he has both a wound and the weapon that caused it, it's enough to declare it so. Oh, but no, yeah, no, okay. No, never mind. Yeah, ignore what I just said. No, okay, he's pretending that this is the weapon with which he was attacked. Okay, okay. No way! Oh, which reminds me, I guess there's still one more accusation I need to resolve. Smuggling and counterfeiting. Unfortunately, all of that is my secretary's doing. I had no knowledge it was going on. Stop spewing nonsense. You're trying to throw my investigation under the bus in your desperation. If you want to get real honest, everything in this case can be connected to you. The murder of the masked second was done in self-defense. In my trials, no man escapes this crime alive. Perhaps so, if you were my opponent in court. However, there is one very important fact that I think you may have forgotten. And what is that? That's what you mean. Extraterritoriality. That's right. Well, I saw it coming. He's an ambassador, so that was going to be a problem all along. This embassy sits on what is effectively Alabastian soil. So any trial that is to be held will be held in Alabast. Therefore, the crime I just admitted to will never be tried in your courts. Agent Lang, what is Interpol's stance on this? Agents investigate. That's our job. The judgment of people who have confessed to their crime. That's the court's job. And I've already confessed to all of my crimes, Agent Lang. Furthermore, by the very nature of my position, I have full extraterritorial rights. These rights are effective, even on your country's soil. Therefore, no matter where a crime may take place, I will never stand trial in one of your courts. That arrogance and your expression, that's nothing like the face of someone who is ready to accept the consequences. Don't tell me you have your own country's judicial system eating right out of your hands. These crimes you all speak so seriously of, to me, this has all been nothing more than a game. You may chase me out of this embassy with your accusations, but it's no big deal. Alabast has numerous other embassies in other countries around the world. All you would accomplish is you would change the backdrop of our little game. These two layers of protection that extraterritoriality provides him. This is why he is one of those who cannot be brought to court. You see now, don't you? I live in a whole different world than you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go and fetch your eviction papers. Is there nothing we can do? Yeah, and the game is gonna keep going like that for some time still. So I don't think I'm gonna have enough time to do that today, to finish that today. Theatrum Neutralis lobby. I can't believe it, sir. Extraterritoriality? Yes, and there is nothing we can really do about that. In the end, we didn't have enough authority to bring him to justice. I can't believe that even though we know he's the boss, we can't lay a finger on him. I know. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, sorry to skip out on you, but I've got some business to take care of. If you can't even give an evil guy like him a slap on the wrist, then what the heck were laws created for? What good are they? If the law can't help us, then I'll go as the Yatakarasu and take care of this myself. Don't you dare. Mr. Edgeworth, sorry, that was a bit too harsh. I know how you feel, sir. We're trying to take on an ambassador, after all. And he did tell us earlier to get out of the theater. This is kind of their country, I guess. But I feel like I've been slapped across the face for just doing my job. Well, we can't have access to the Alabastian embassy, but we still have access to the Theatrum Neutralis and the other embassy. Right? I hope. Feel like I've been slapped across the face for just doing my job. What am I going to do? Should I retreat for now and formulate a better plan of attack? Come on everyone, we can't give up yet, okay? I want you to think about something for a sec. We've never let up for even a second, and as long as we don't stop investigating, we might find the rotten treasure hidden here. She's right. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. You're right, Kay. Very well, let us reopen the investigation and see what we find. Come on, Kay. Right behind you. Okay, then I'll go check out Babal a bit more, sir. And I have something that I need to investigate further in Alabast. Well, before you're thrown out, that is. Now then, before I gather any more information, I should do a bit of housekeeping. Passion flowers data erased from my organizer. Ambassador Alba seemed agitated over something. I wonder why. There are two special circumstances that surround the ambassador. First, the embassy itself has extraterritorial rights. If something happens on Alabastian soil, we are unable to legally prosecute him. What about something that has happened on the neutral part? Cool, it sounds like embassies are the perfect place to steal whatever you want. And Murder the Mask II. Run smuggling operation, make counterfeit bills apparently. But I thought all the counterfeiting was done by Mr. Kowakin and Babal. Yes, he apparently used the embassy's coupon printing press to do it. But it's the same story over there anyway. Babal also has extraterritorial rights, which brings me to my next point, the ambassador's extraterritorial rights. Yeah, but... Do extraterritorial rights from Alabast apply in Babal and vice versa? This is what I want to know. No matter what happens, he can never be tried in our courts, but he could be tried in Babal. Right? Maybe? He retains some very special rights indeed. Basically, no matter what wrongs he may commit, we can't bring him to trial here. So I guess we really don't stand a chance, do we? We might stand a chance if we can somehow nullify either one of his special rights. Could it be? No. Okay, well, never mind then. But that part where the renovations are happening. Hello, and welcome to the Embassy of Babal. I'm sorry, but I don't really need to enter your country at this time. Okay. Right now, for a limited time here at the Babalese Embassy, we're offering the very special experience, the Terrifying Fires Ashes Tour. So how about it? Shall I sign you up? We're fine, thanks. We have an investigation to run. These flowers were sent by Global Studios. Global Studios, that's where they filmed the Steel Samurai television show. They have been producing hit after hits recently, so the studio is being remodeled. Oh, I read about that in the papers the other day. That mascot of theirs is also getting the facelift too, right? What's his name? You mean Mrs. Monkey? Yeah, I thought it was something like that. You really have a great memory. Huh. Never underestimate my powers of recollection. It's a backdrop they used in the Steel Samurai stage show today. I love the climax of that show. Steel Samurai, sushi slice. That was the first time I'd seen that special move. But well, the Jammin' Ninja stage show's climax was much better, of course. Oh, is that a fact? That scene where he sang for Princess Misola and gave her those hair sticks. I could totally feel the love there in my heart. Perhaps the Jammin' Ninja is just more popular with female audiences. Maybe. Hold on, let me talk to her. We've come too far to give up. We must expose Ambassador Alba's misdeeds, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, of course. And we've got to find a way to seal the truth and get it out there for my father's sake. Yes, and we will. The reason for Ambassador Alba's nervousness must still be here somewhere. Furthermore, I need to pin down exactly what happened in here. I'll start by thoroughly examining this room for information I can find. Mr. Edgeworth, if you don't pay attention, Ambassador Alba is gonna get away. Yes, I know. Now hurry up and do that swing thing you always do. I have no idea what you are talking about. What? You don't? Oh, come on. You know what I'm talking about. That thing you do. Are you talking about logic? Yes, that's it. So hurry up and let's swing already. Alright, alright. To be honest, it's been a bit hard to connect everything up until now by just looking. However, I should be able to piece things together if I take another look at my leads. Perhaps now is the time to use logic and reason my way to the truth. But hold on. What's that thing? This was taken just before the two ambassadors gave their bouquet to the Steel Samurai. What? Wait, is it just my imagination? Or is there something in this picture that I've seen before? Those flowers there, aren't they? Yeah, that one. It appears to be a bouquet of Persian cyclamens and roses. Wow, you even know the exact species. I never would have figured you for an expert on flowers. It's all because of those flowers that old lady sends me every month. Just look at me, I sound like some sort of botanist. So, what exactly is this yellow flower here? That one, I'm not sure. What? You don't know? As far as I can recall, I've never seen a flower like this before. But I feel as though I've seen this shape somewhere else before. Is it the flowers that the guy grows? I don't have them anymore. Do I? Ah, they're not there anymore. Well, isn't that... Hold on. Yeah. There's a striking flower ornament on the handle of this knife. Because I was thinking to myself, it's the flowers that he used to grow by his window, but the special type of flower is the type of flower that's the emblem of the country, and the emblem of the country is on the knife, so... Maybe that? Babal's national symbol is the butterfly, and the alabastes is the flower. It would appear that someone is employing the old hide a tree in a forest trick. What are you mumbling to yourself about? Wait, what? The handle on this knife? Ah! Yes, it's the handle that was supposed to be on the blade that killed Mr. Kwaken. Maybe the blade was inside the bouquet. Or maybe not. The weapon that killed him was carried through the Theatrum Neutralis, in the very bouquet Ambassador Alba was carrying. Commemorative photo data jotted down in my organizer. Okay. The flower motif. It looks like one of the flower petals is missing. And it's missing in the picture too. Yeah. That's what they were saying. Then the knife in this photo is most definitely the same as this murder weapon. Is there more stuff I can connect together now? Hmm. Well, I already tried these two. Ah. We know that the counterfeit bills were printed using the embassy's press, but the necessary materials such as the Babalese ink and paper must have been hidden in a secure location. But what do you think would have happened if the renovation had begun? Well, he probably had to find a better hiding place or get rid of it all. Right, so we can assume that the renovation was the cause of the plate and bill's disposal, and the reason Mr. Kowakin was killed as the ringleader of the smuggling operation. Based on what we know, who do you think was the one with the most to gain? Quercus Alba? I mean, who else? It's the one person who has been erasing all evidence of the smuggling operation from both embassies, the co-conspirator who is mopping up Ambassador Alba. He had a very strong motive to kill Manny Quacken. Since they're the last two, they must go together. The cause of Ambassador Alba's agitation, the rotten treasure we may find, and the motive for killing Mr. Kowakin. Miss Hughes said it herself that she didn't kill anyone tonight. If we were to take her words at face value, then the reason for the ambassador's nervousness can only be one thing. He didn't want us to discover the real circumstances under which Mr. Kowakin was killed. Probably, like I said before, because that would put him in trouble, because if he killed someone on Babal's territory or something, maybe his extraterritorial rights don't apply there. Then you mean Ambassador Alba is the real killer? But I thought the two of them were friends. Maybe they were, but what if Mr. Kowakin was the one who first betrayed their friendship? Oh, I get it. Was it Mr. Kowakin pushing really hard for Mr. Palaino to be ambassador after the reunification? Yes, and that was the real reason why he wanted to steal Alabast's Primitic statue. So Mr. Kowakin hired the Master II to go steal it for him. But when Ambassador Alba found out what he was up to, he killed Mr. Kowakin? It is definitely a possibility at this point. Those two really were thinking of no one but themselves. But the question now is, how did he do it? Ambassador Alba was in Alabast. Yeah, that's something I haven't figured out yet. But Mr. Kowakin's body was discovered in Babao, right? Right, and that is what we must solve next. I believe we now understand why Ambassador Alba was so nervous and agitated. It must have something to do with where Mr. Kowakin was killed. Again, probably because his rights don't apply if he killed someone there, on that territory. Maybe. A place where the Alabastian ambassador was likely to meet the Babalese Mr. Kowakin. The place where Ambassador Alba happened to have committed the crime. No. No, that can't be it. Because you can't really pinpoint. I couldn't even possibly pinpoint which floor it was on. And there's no way for me to check it out now. So it's probably not what it is. But if it happened here, maybe that would probably produce the same result. But I think it's between these three choices. Well, I guess I could still try that way, and even if I lose a bit of health, it's okay. This area is rather suspicious, don't you think? You really think so? Because I don't see anything odd about it at all. Well, okay. I guess it's not related after all. Mr. Edgeworth, if you keep doing that, Ambassador Alba is going to get away. Come on, let's see if we can get a hold of that treasure known as the truth. Agreed. Let's see what we can find. The place where Ambassador Alba happened to have committed the murder is this one.
Take that!
The only place that makes sense is here, at the Theatrum Neutralis. What? Here? The Goodwood event was being held here today, correct? So the only place that the both of them would have been in is here. But if that's the case, then everything changes. This theater isn't actually Alabastian land. So that wipes out one of those extraterritorial rights he has. It makes logical sense, in which case it is a reason for us to investigate further. So what should we check out? The renovation thing? I believe we should check the immigration records for both Alabast and Babal post-haste. Babal's records should be easy to obtain, however the problem would be Alabast. I wonder if they would allow us to see their records despite the order to vacate.
Objection!
Please tell me you have them. I'm already one step ahead of you, Miles Edgeworth. Francisca, I have here the security footage from both Alabast and Babal. You would do well to take a look at its contents. You move fast. Avant Karma strives to be perfect in every way. It's not in my nature to keep on retreating like this. I took the liberty of looking over the Babal investigation reports as well. From now on, you will make no excuse to back down or say that we can't solve this case. Yeah, I'm sorry about earlier. We won't be beaten, because my cute little subordinate is going to try his very best, isn't he? Hasn't she patronized me enough already for a lifetime? So this video contains footage from Alabast's immigration screening area. I really hope there's something in here that we can use. Which minutes footage should I examine? Well, there doesn't seem to be any difference in the background, at least. Wait, didn't the guy say that he couldn't find his baby or whatever? Baby samurai? What was his name again? The Iron Infant? Is there something suspicious about this? Doesn't something about this lump's shape strike you as odd? Isn't it supposed to be the shape? No, there is clearly something odd about the bulge. If only we had the pushcart itself, we could compare and confirm my hunch. Next, let us check the footage from Babal's security camera. I hope it shows us something good. Hui, there wasn't a single sign of a suspicious person or anything. That right there is the contradiction. Yeah, because the body of Kowaken was found in Babal. My theory. The body was carried using the cart, the push cart of the Steel Samurai. So the body went into Alabast, and then the old man used the wire between the two buildings to move the body back to Babal. How does that sound? Because otherwise, how could the body have made it back to Babal in that case? Did I miss something? You didn't miss anything, because there was nothing to miss. However, what is missing is the image of Mr. Kowaken entering his own country. But wasn't his body found in Babal? It would appear that the true face of our final puzzle has finally revealed itself. Ambassador Alba, I thought I asked for you and your group to vacate the premises, Mr. Edgeworth. We are in neutral territory. You can't just evict us from that place. Actually, I thought I should let you know that this theater sits in my country's soil. You've had your fun, and I've enjoyed our little game. I dare say that you've even achieved a new high score. However, once you've recorded a score, that same game can never be replayed again. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Your game is done, and it's game over. No.
Objection!
Where do you think you're going at this time of night? After admitting to my crime, I was overcome with regret, so I am heading to the airport now to return home. I'm afraid I can't let you do that. There are still too many issues we need to discuss with you. You can't stop me, Mr. Edgeworth, and you know it. Please, may I have a little bit of your time, Ambassador Alba? Ambassador Palahino. Even just a teeny tiny bit is fine with me. The already strained relationship between our countries is in a precarious situation, you know. Very well. If you insist, I will play just one more round with them and see what they want. Not that they'll get any farther. Ambassador Palaino, Mr. Edgeworth, all I wish for is the normalization of relationships between our two countries. But there is one person standing in the way of that dream. Or maybe he was an honest guy after all, that guy. Even if I still don't like him very much. I believe in you. You'll do what's right. Thank you for your vote of confidence. Now then, what was it you wanted to ask me about? I do have a flight to catch after all, so I'm afraid I'm going to have to limit you to just one question. That's more than enough, because I only have one question anyway. I want to hear your alibi about how you couldn't have killed Mr. Manikowagen. Oh, I see. You seem to have a good hand this time around. This should be fun. This really is the very last chance we have to bring him down. I won't allow even an atom-sized contradiction to slip by. Ambassador Alba's alibi. Frankly, I still don't understand why I am being placed under suspicion here. Under your hypothetical scenario, Mr. Kowaken and I were fellow smugglers, but to get to the point, I was in Alabas the whole time. So it's simply not possible for me to have killed him in Babal. That is my alibi. That is correct. It's simply not possible for me to have committed a crime in Babal. Now that we cleared that up, I'd appreciate it if you would move out of my way.
Hold it!
I said, hold it! What is it this time? I thought I told you I'd only allow one question. You did. But you still have yet to really answer my one question. What? Until you tell us the truth, I will refuse to budge an inch from where I'm standing. Very well. I'll play with you just a little longer. Miles Edgeworth, as my subordinate and representative of this country's prosecutors. You are forbidden to lose. Of course, that is something I've understood from the start. That guy's the one who ordered my father killed, isn't he? Yes, I believe so. The goal of the first Yatagarasu was the capture of the smuggling ring's leader. My father and Uncle Bad. Their legacy will live on. Through me. So that's why we've just got to catch him, okay? We will, I promise. Now, Ambassador Alba, let's have at the truth now, shall we? No matter how many times you ask, my answer remains the same. Frankly, I still don't understand why I am being placed under suspicion here. Under a hypothetical scenario, Mr. Quagan and I were fellow smugglers, but to get to the point, I was in Alabas the whole time, so it's simply not possible for me to have killed him in Babal. That is my alibi. Well, let's start at the beginning. No? Ah, no, that's not it. Okay. Not that it really matters to me either way. But are you really sure my statement contradicts that piece of evidence? Oh, okay, well, never mind then. I guess this piece of evidence was related to his statement after all. Okay. You can't chase him down with that kind of evidence. Yes, I know. Because it's not impossible to take this man down. But to get to the point, I was in Alabas the whole time. Ah, yeah, this is where I have to start. Okay. Do I still have it, though? No? That statement? Ah, no, that's not it? No, hold on. Yeah, let's be careful, because if I lose too much health, it's not gonna do me any good. It's not an hypothesis. Earlier we proved it to be what happened. Well, let's leave that one side for... slide for now, I guess. Because it doesn't change the fact that I had no motive. Oh, so you really had no reason to kill Mr. Kohagen? If you want to suppose I had one, then why not? I'll indulge you. After all, this is nothing more than a silly game to me. Even if that's how you use things, I'd appreciate it if you would take me seriously. No, he's not gonna. I'm sorry, I suppose you are in a bit of a pickle. Very well. A game is no fun if the playing field isn't level. Therefore, I formally claim that I had no motive to kill. Now, let's see you disprove it. How can he stand there looking proud when he knows he killed another human being? Well, I'm not going to stand by and just watch him get away with his crimes. Okay, there's the motive.
Objection!
If you want to know, I believe you did have a motive to kill. It was because Mr. Kowakin had betrayed you, but you had your own reason too. Namely, you wanted to pin the smuggling all on him. Evil begets evil, and because you were trying to test each other, it turned into a mess. Objection! I don't believe this. You have a bad penchant for telling tall tales, Mr. Prosecutor, and if you're not, then I suppose you have some proof to support your argument. I never use guesswork in moving my cases forward. It has been proven that this note was written by Mr. Kowakin's hand. Looks more like an old man. Hi, Dovey. How's it going? He is an old man, the other guy, so... Shall we take a look at it? The content of the note is a request calling for the theft of Alabast's primitive statue. By killing him and pushing all of the guilt for the smuggling onto him, you walk away spotless. I believe you understand what I'm driving at. You had more than a few reasons to kill him. Are you finished with your hypothesizing? Excuse me? Let's suppose I did have a motive. Even so, a motive or a thought alone can't kill, isn't that right? I didn't expect him to resort to playing the semantics game with me. It appears that this is where the real battle will begin. Pretty good? Just got your duck cleaned up? Sounds good. Wait, what? I told you at the very beginning, didn't I? You only get one question. Arr! Ambassador Alba, if you could please give us just a little bit more of your time. It doesn't matter what kind of man he was my subordinate. Which is why I would like for us to figure out the real cause of his death. That is something for Babal to figure out, and something to which I have no relation to. Now he's even turning down a request from Ambassador Palaino. I'm very sorry, but it seems that now even my voice falls on deaf ears. There is no need for you to apologize, Ambassador Palaino. We must find some way to stop him from leaving. It seems there are no further objections. In that case, please allow me to return home. No! Hold it! Who said that? Hold it right there, Ambassador Halba. Okay, like I said, Mr. Edgeworth, the Yatakarasu's legacy will live on through me. Yes, but how do you suggest we stop him from leaving? You just leave that to me. Ambassador Alba, do you recognize this? No, and why should I recognize that tattered old organizer? Wait, where have I seen that before? 7 years ago. That is a clue my father Bern Faraday left for us. Did you say Bern Faraday? Mr. Faraday's organizer, don't tell me this is the one from the second KG8 incident. The one in which he wrote about the Yatakarasu's key. Yes, this organizer belonged to the prosecutor you had Miss Hugh killed 7 years ago. I have no idea what you are talking about. You say that like it was related to me. Inside this organizer, you wrote up every detail of every evil thing you did. What an amusing little girl you are, but that sort of trickery won't work on me. If you won't believe me, then take a look at this. And what is that toy there? This thievery device was used by the Yatakarasu, or rather by my father. 7 years ago, he used this when he snuck into this embassy. What? These two pieces of evidence that hold information on the Yatakarasu dug up on you. If you go home now, I won't hesitate to send it all to Alabast right behind you. Little girl, get to the point. I want you to go up against Mr. Edgeworth one more time. If you win, then I'll hand over these two pieces of evidence. Yatakarasu, ever the thorn in my side. Okay, does that organizer really contain any information on his dirty dealings? Maybe it doesn't. It's nothing case-breaking, really. Then it was just a bluff. Even if it was, we still can't let all the info my father and Uncle Bat found go to waste. Plus, just the existence of Little Thief is troublesome enough for him. Those 2 pieces, aren't they keepsakes of your father? It's okay, I believe in Mr. Edgeworth, he'll come out on top in the end. Okay, when the going gets tough, someone's gotta be there to put the wind back in your sails. After all this time, you're still quite the feisty one. I applaud your powerful nature. I refuse to lose this too. Ambassador Alba, you won't be returning home until you give us further testimony. How dare you all barring a person like me? Ambassador Alba, your testimony if you please. Grr. Alright, but this is the absolute last. Then, even if you use all the power of Ambassador Palladino's office, you won't stop me. I can't let this opportunity Kay has created for me to go to waste. Alba's Alibi Part 2. The last time I met with Mr. Kowakin was here at the Theatrum Neutralis. After that, I was in Alabasta the rest of the time, as I stated earlier. In any case, I did not see Mr. Kowakin again after that. So you see, there is no time span in which I could have killed him. Wouldn't you agree? Well, we already established that he killed him when he was in Theatrum Neutralis. Now, since you people were practically begging, I'll allow you to question me. What an arrogant old man. Yes, but no matter. We can't allow this chance to escape us. I will warn you, though, you've reached the end of my patience. Well, you had the murder weapon in your possession. So any needless pressing or presenting will cost more to our case. Okay, I can't press. I can only present the one thing at the right time. And I think I know where this is going. This is where I wanted to jump the gun earlier. Of course, I don't intend to let him intimidate me. I know Mr. Kowakin was killed before he returned to Babal. In which case, there is only one statement to which I need to present the evidence. When your daughter knows what to do. He has no daughter. The last time I met Mr. Kowakin? Yeah. No, it's not his daughter. There, I've got you. I'd like you to take a look at this picture. It's a rather nice picture, isn't it? It was to commemorate the restoration of relations between our nations. It's commemorative, alright, one that captures the proof I need to show that it was you who committed the murder. Come again? This is the knife that killed Mr. Kowakin. I see you recognize it as well. As well you should, for it was you who brought it to this theater. You hid it in among the flowers you were to give to the Steel Samurai, meaning that you killed Manny Kowakin here at the theater. Grrr. It's time for me to catch my flight.
Objection!
We're not through yet.
Objection!
It's game over for you, Mr. Edgeworth, but I thank you for the entertainment. No matter how passionately you orate, the end result will still be the same. I won't be returning to this country ever again. That's right, this man is an ambassador, and he has extraterritorial rights. No matter how hard we chase after him, we won't be able to have him tried in court. Yes, that's exactly the face you should be making, the face of a worthless cur. Ugh. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, I must bid you farewell. The courts, is there no one who can lay a finger on this man? Ah. There he is. Finally. Agent Lang. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Prosecutor. Get out of my way. My plane is scheduled to take off soon. Sorry, but you're not going anywhere, Mr. Alba. I'm through playing games with you people. You can't touch me. If you do, it would spark an international incident, Agent Lang. Sorry, but no, it wouldn't. What? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, good job holding the fort down here until I got back. So, Mr. Alba, your diplomatic immunity has just been revoked. What do you mean, revoked? Spare me this nonsense and let me through. Lanxi says, before aiming for the throat, chew the neck Sheila first. Interpol headquarters and the imperial household of the Kingdom of Halabast. Took a while to get things rolling, but they finally moved on it. The imperial household? You, What have you done? You have been relieved of your duties as ambassador, Mr. Alba. You've got no immunity anymore. What? 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 Effective today, effective right now. And you have Mr. Prosecutor's videotape to thank for this. The video the Yatagarasu protected. You can't be arrested simply because you're an ambassador? In that case, I thought I'd strip you of that title. You underestimated me, a descendant of the founder of detainment philosophy, Lang Xi. 4,000 years of deeply entrenched connections and networks around the world have really paid off. Oh, he looks a lot older now. It can't be, I don't believe this. My ambassadorship has been revoked. Looks like you're finally coming to grips with your new standing. Woohoo! Looks like he's turned docile again. He's probably in shock from the loss of his shield. What a shame. I had so wanted to use my whip on him. Why is this happening to me? I'm just a hard-working, honest ambassador. Do you really think you can still pull that on us now? We've already ripped away the mask and seen you for who you really are, Mr. Alba. Grrr. Oh boy, he's gonna explode. Hasn't he broken his cane quite a few times already? No, I won't be stopped now. He still intends to fight us? But at least he can't run away now. So what if I am no longer an ambassador? You still don't have any evidence on me. The fact remains that you cannot arrest me. Heh, I'd expect no less from you, the boss of the smuggling ring. Well, the rest is up to you, Mr. Prosecutor. Understood. Heh 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 heh. You say that I killed Mr. Kowakin in the theater, but even if it's true that there was a knife in my bouquet, I left that bouquet in the theater. So stress ages you, or shock in these cases? Well, yeah, I suppose so. But now, look, he's rebounded already. So anyone could have taken it out from there and used it, right? Besides, the claim that he was killed here itself is odd. After all, wasn't his body discovered in Babal? Are you claiming that I carried his body all the way over there? Preposterous. I'll be the one to prove whether it's preposterous or not. Ex-Ambassador Alba, are you ready? Because this is no game. This is war. I killed Mr. Kowakin in this theater using a knife that was stuck in my bouquet. I left that bouquet in the theater. Anyone could have taken the knife from there. Besides, Mr. Kowakin's body was discovered in Babal, right? There is no way for me to have transported his body from the theater to Babal. Well, no, using the pushcart of the Steel Samurai, that would have been possible. You've already stolen my ambassadorship from me. Would you have me surrender too? You have no plans to ever return to this country, isn't that right? Did you know that a bunch of your subordinates are seeking asylum because of you? As if I care. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, boot this guy out of the embassy, and we can finally end everything. I know, and I will give it my all to see that he leaves in handcuffs. Without the title of ambassador, he is just another witness. Yes, just another witness. Alright, what are we waiting for? Let's get this guy. And get him good. I wonder if they understand that all I can do is present evidence to the testimony. Well, I can skip to the right part because I already know what I have to do here. We already established that before, so...
Objection!
Actually, I do believe there was a way to transport the body out of the theater. Perhaps you should give this a look. What is that supposed to be? It's footage from a security camera that captured the state of the immigration area. Should I congratulate you on getting your hands on it? Just letting you know that we're not the only ones watching your every movement. Thank you for the warning. Now if you could take a good look at this section here. The slump here inside the pushcart. Do you know what's causing it? Should I? Because I don't. In that case, allow me to enlighten you. This is the cause of the unnatural lump under the cloth in the pushcart. Well, isn't that the body, simply?
Take that!
What is the meaning of showing me that? It's to say that the unnatural bulge in the pushcart is Mr. Kowakin's body. He had the steel samurai wheel his body away from the real crime scene. Gah, what a guess, but I wonder if you have any evidence to support it. I admit that for now it is but a hypothesis, however. If you can't prove it, then I'm afraid I must be on my way. I don't have any more time to play with you people. Sorry I took so long, Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Just in the nick of time. That's good. Gummy? Detective Gumshoe, is that the Steel Samurai's pushcart? Yes, sir. I found it in the open-air stage area. So that's where you went. The detective spirit that Pops left me with. I thought I'd follow my gut and go with it, sir. So, Mr. Edgeworth, is it worth anything to the case? Yes, it just might play a major role in solving this case, detective. I thought that the entire samurai family was in Alabast. Where exactly in the open-air stage area did you find this pushcart? I found it just lying there at the edge of the stage, sir. Oh, well, let's leave that for now and examine the inside, detective. Yes, sir. Is there blood inside? Yup. It's blood. This must be Mr. Quacken's blood, which only goes to prove that Mr. Quacken's body was indeed transported by this pushcart. He's not feeling so good. I believe you understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Quacken at this theater and then placed his body inside this pushcart. And then everyone is just joining this. Yeah. They're all coming together. You forced the Steel Samurai to unwittingly move the body for you. I forced him to move the body into Alabast. Why would I bother to do such a thing? You were scheduled to make a speech in Alabast, meaning it was difficult for you to make a stop in Babal. However, what if you moved the body to Alabast? Because it was your embassy, you could keep an eye on it and tamper with the evidence, and then you smuggled it out of Alabast. No! If I can show how you moved the body from Alabast to Babal, then I win, but you can't. The security between the two countries is incredibly tight. I'll be the one to judge whether I can or cannot prove it, and so I ask you to provide us with testimony regarding your movements after your return to Alabast. Miles Edgeworth, have you figured it out? Do you know how the body was moved? Using the cable, I should think. To be honest, I have nothing to support my hypothesis at this time. However, I don't believe I've made a mistake in my logic to this point. Which means there is no questions that can't be answered, right? The Primitic statue was smuggled successfully through a brief flight through the air. So why shouldn't there be an answer as to how the body was moved? Which means that there must be a logic flaw somewhere I can exploit. After I returned to Alabast, I had my picture taken with the Steel Samurai shaking hands. Then just as I was about to start my speech, the Yatakarasu appeared. I feared for the national treasure, so I raced back to my office. Is that all? Yes, that's all.
Objection!
It looks like you left out a few things, such as the murder of the Master Second. Furthermore, you left out the part about meeting with me in your office. Those trifling matters. I don't believe I need to speak of those things again. I do so hate to waste time. What? Why is this guy still fighting? He's already been proven guilty? We need evidence in court, because even if it's all circumstantial evidence so far. We don't really have anything solid. Do you really need me to answer that for you? People like you cannot be allowed to wander freely through society. Then you'd better try hard, because I doubt you'll find a single contradiction. He's really full of himself, isn't he? Yes, he is. How can he be so confident at a time like this? Come, don't be shy. Go ahead and ask whatever you'd like. After I returned to Alabasta, I had my picture taken with the Steel Samurai.
Hold it!
So why was it only with the Steel Samurai? I thought the Pink Princess was also around. The Pink Princess was suffering from a bad hip at the time, and the doctors recommended that she rest. So you do have a soft side after all. The pain of a bad hip. I suppose none of you can really understand how it feels. Also, you tend to strain your back as well, huh? But isn't that just because you're normally all hunched over? Yeah. The point of this is not to discuss my back problems. For about 15 minutes after our handshake, I was in my office preparing for the speech. Then just as I was about to start my speech, a Yatakarasu appeared. That Yatakarasu was just a trick that you had set up. A most amusing joke, and how do you propose that I set it up? If you really want to know, I can explain it in detail for you. You arranged the spotlights in the Rose Garden so that when you were to take the stage, the audience would see the Yatakarasu's shadow. Oh, that is an interesting tale. Sadly, it has nothing to do with me. You, what's it going to take for you to fess up to anything? Very well then, let's move on to a different question. After the Yatakarasu appeared, what was the state of the Rose Garden? Everyone took refuge inside the embassy. I even helped with the effort. And then once everyone was inside, well, I feared for the national treasures, so I raced back to my office.
Hold it!
And what happened after you returned to your office? I don't want to keep on repeating this. However, upon my return, I had that stroke of bad luck and bumped into Masked Man.
Objection!
And I don't want to keep on repeating this either. But his name was the Mask II. Who cares what he was called? By the time he got to the primitive statue that he was supposed to steal, it had already been swapped for the fake. Talk about an unlucky man. Being bludgeoned to death with a fake statue. Miss What Karma is really letting her whip fly now. Eek. I think the scary part is her silence while she's holding it. She must be at the limit of her patience as well. But physical attacks are meaningless here. Only evidence will suffice. Grr, I can't find a single flaw in his argument. At this rate, I won't be able to prove that he is actually guilty of anything. Are we finished here? Miles Edgeworth, can you not come up with how the body was moved to Babal? Well, I can. It's just that he's not presenting anything on which I could present it in response. Even after proving so much, is he going to get away with it? Is this the end? No! No! Hold it! It appears that we made it just in time. Who? It would be a great honor if you would allow us to be your allies in battle. Evil Magistrate, it is time for you to pay. It's the Steel Samurai. No, you are mistaken, for I am Steel Samurai Daddy, married man of New Old Tokyo. And this is Pink Princess Mommy. Edgy Poo! No! The two people that I wanted to see the least. Larry! What are you two doing here? Way to show your gratitude, Edgy. We just wanted to help, yeesh.
Objection!
Go away. How can you be so mean to us at Jipu? All three of us came to lend a hand and this is how you treat us. Well, isn't this grand? And I see they managed to find the Iron Infant. Does that really matter right now? Hey, is it just me or is the Iron Infant completely soaked? Oh yeah, I found him in Babal, but he was in the middle of the pool. Wait a second. Larry, go back to what you just said. Huh? Oh, it appears that we made it. Not that far back. Something about finding the Iron Infant in Babal. And he found it in a pool. I don't recall there being one in Babal. Oh, that's what I was in Alabasta the whole time. So I have no idea how the Iron Infant wound up in Babal. I thought I had lost him in the Rose Garden. But I guess maybe this cute kid can swim, huh? Wait, what? Larry, you lost the Iron Infant in the Rose Garden? Are you sure about that? Yeah, I'm sure. But I found him in...
Hold it!
That's enough, Larry. The Iron Infant that Larry lost managed to move between the two countries. Furthermore, the Iron Infant was found soaked in the middle of a pool. This is what I've been looking for. It's another smuggling route between the countries. The key to the routes the Iron Infant took to travel from Alabasta to Babal is... There's a pool in Alabasta as well, maybe, that we haven't seen. This embassy was built with bilateral symmetry in mind. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. There is a location I wish for you to examine post-haste. It is where I believe the route used to smuggle Mr. Quacken's body lies. Does something like that really exist, sir? An embassy built on bilateral symmetry. Meaning that this is where we need to examine. Oh, or here maybe. Ah, yes, it was covered actually, I think, when we were there.
Take that!
Yes, sir. I'll be back before you know it. It's too late. It doesn't matter now what you do. It's all a waste of time.
Knock 'em back!
You will stay here with us and wait. This is Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, it's here, sir. There is a reservoir here, just like in the Rose Garden. Just as I suspected. What is it? The two sides of this embassy are mirror images of each other. Which means that there is also a pool at the corresponding location on the Babalese side. Mr. Quacken's body was moved into Babal through the pool in Alabast. Because they communicate with one another, avoiding the topic with a vague answer like that is unbecoming of a prosecutor. If you don't mind, I'd like to see more physical proof if you have any. The Iron Infant is positively soaked in water. Why do you think that is? It's because he was fished out of a pool, and not just any pool, it was the Babalese one. I think it's pretty obvious at this point what must be true. The water reservoirs in the two courtyards are connected, and the proof is that because of the security footage from the immigration part on both, we know that the Steel Samurai never went into the Babalese embassy. And where is your proof that the two sides are connected? The proof is right there before your eyes. The half-drowned Iron Infant. This blasted doll! Mr. Edgeworth, I'm back! Hey, don't tell me. You guys figured everything out without me. We did, thanks to this hero of justice's son. Even if he is just a doll, he managed to help foil the villain. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, look, I don't want to say this, but it's kinda unlikely that the body just happened to have passed on through the Babal. This guy's a doll, and he's small, so I can't believe it made it, but... he has a point. Heh. Yes, that's right. I'm glad someone here understands. Mr. Edgeworth, are you going to next propose that a dead body can swim through a pipe? You see, Mr. Prosecutor, our chase after this man is far from over. Agent Lang. Why is he helping Mr. Alba out now? He's not. He realized a flaw in my argument and is helping to move the logic along. In which case, I should return the favor and find an answer. And another thing, Mr. Quacken's body was found in his office in Babal. So what happened to his body after it was transported to the open-air stage? Mr. Alba had an accomplice in Babal, remember? You mean... Sheena, right? With her there, you can see how it was possible to move the body up to the office. Are you seriously claiming that she swam through the connecting pipe with the body? He's right, Miss Sheena would drown if she did that. It's hard to imagine that she swam through the connecting pipe. It looks like your hypothesis about how the body was moved is still only half-baked. In the end, it's all just the befuddled musings of an accusatory man. Now then, I believe you should give up and allow me passage. Because from the start, there was no feasible method of transporting the body. What? Mr. Prosecutor, recall Sheena's movements. What was happening in the embassy around the time Miss Sheena was in Babal? Oh, if only there was a way to get rid of the water in the pool. It was used to fight the fire. Ah, that's it. Now I believe this time we really are done, right? Don't I have still a piece of evidence that shows it? Yeah, the fires. Yeah, there we go. Okay, I think this is it. You're a most persistent man. Are you saying that you've thought of a way to move the body through the water? Move the body through the water? That is completely unrelated to how it was done. Lank cosplay? No. Excuse me. The reason I say that is because there wasn't any water there at the time. What do you mean, there wasn't any water? Just what it sounds like. Tonight's events made it possible to drain the water, allowing the body to be moved. Tonight, the Yatakarasu set fire to a variety of locations in the Babalese embassy. In order to put the fires out, much of the reservoir's water was used. Of course, when the water was used, the reservoir's water level went down. If enough water was drained, the connecting pipe could be used to traverse the border. I didn't think of that at first, but because here, I guess, Edgeworth kinda put 2 and 2 together for me. He connected the dots for me. The water level went down. The reservoirs were connected. Does any of this matter? You can't prove any of this. Pretending to be ignorant won't work with me. I'll be Alba. You want to cosplay as Alba? We both know what kind of situation we're in right now. Even in a game, there comes a critical game-changing moment. Thank you for the host, Dobby. A moment in which you hit a wall that you must overcome in order to beat the game. I haven't lost yet. I found the route you used to smuggle the body, and that route will lead you to your defeat. Even if all the water was used by the firefighting effort. You like a scarf? You want to cosplay as Edgeworth? You still can't recall. Call that a smuggling route. I know that. I should have figured that you would notice. Hey, Mr. Alba, how deep are those pools anyway? I'll have you know those pools are extremely deep. And there are no ladders or footholds along the walls either. It would be difficult for Sheena to hold the body and climb out of the pool. Ladders or footholds along the walls. There was no need for such things. What do you mean? If one were to use a certain something, they could go up or down in the pool at will. Yeah, well, I'm cold. What can I say? My hands especially are cold. So I don't feel quite as cold with that on me, at least. Well, what are you waiting for, Mr. Prosecutor? Enlighten us already. The way in which Miss Sheena and the body were able to rise up to ground level, if there was a way to control the water level, that could be the way the body was moved. Oh, the fountains? Do I have that? Oh, that? Yeah. Mr. Alba used the fountain spouts in a matter of speaking. He used the fountain spouts? How so? The water level in the pools can be controlled by opening and closing the spouts. Miss Sheena and the body were lifted upward by their buoyancy in water. The fire on the Babalese side and the firefighting effort. These were set in motion all for the sake of smuggling Mr. Kowakin's body. Yeah. Shall I show you where the final destination of my train of logic leads? First, Mr. Alba closed the fountain spouts in advance in preparation of things to come. And then he took the pushcart that was brought to the Rose Garden and pushed it, along with the Iron Infant, in Mr. Kowakin's body into the pool. At this time, Miss Sheena was busy conveniently starting the fire, the first fire in Babal. She then made for the open-air stage's pool to wait for the firefighting effort to begin. When the firefighters used the water in that pool, the water level went down. And by the time the fire was put out, the pipe between the two pools was exposed. This is when she pushed the pushcart from Alabas into Babal. Once that was accomplished, Mr. Alba simply opened the fountain spouts once more. And the water level rose up to its original level, along with Miss Sheena and the body. After that, Miss Sheena used the pushcart to carry the body up to the Secretariat's office. There is an elevator in the embassy after all, so you see, even with her small frame, she could have easily transported Mr. Kowakin's body. And that wraps up my thorough explanation of how the body was moved. No! Well, ex-Ambassador Alba, what do you think? Not so untouchable without your precious extraterritorial rights to protect you, are you? I knew you could do it, Mr. Edgeworth. Wait to fight back. You accuse me of moving the body across country lines, but when you get down to the nitty-gritty, you don't have what it takes to indict me. The nitty-gritty? What does the old man want now? Well, proof of the murder is what he means. I believe is what he seeks. Proof. Without any, who is to say whether or not any of what you said really happened? He wants proof. What are we going to do, Mr. Edgeworth? There is no need to worry. I've had all the proof we need all along. The body wasn't the only thing to go through the pools connecting pipe tonight. Just as Detective Gumshoe found the pushcart in the open-air stage area, so too did I find one other item there, and that piece of evidence is what will prove that the pools were the smuggling route. The knife. This was another thing that was smuggled over. Because a knife didn't enter Babal through the immigration area, so it had to go through another route, so...
Take that!
This is a defining piece of evidence that will prove my hypothesis. I don't think it proves a single thing. What? I think it's about time we put an end to this ridiculous farce of a trial. If I'm not mistaken, all you're doing is trying to trick me with psychological gimmicks. What? Wait, what? From the Rose Garden? Or the picture, maybe. I'm gonna save because here I'm not so sure. I was so sure that this was it. Not the card. This? Where were they found? No, okay. The wire? No. No. Open air stage? It's also wet for some reason? This one, maybe? Just as Detective Gumshoe found the pushcart in the open stage area, there must be a reason to why that other item was there as well. Yeah, okay, there we go. Okay, I've got it. I had completely forgotten about that one, if I'm honest.
Take that!
And what exactly is this? You have no idea, do you? This little piece that I found on the Babalese side will be your undoing. A guitar pick. Would you care to explain how that is going to do me in, as it were? Much to your chagrin, perhaps. I know what it is! It's the missing part of the flower on the knife. So that proves that the knife went there through that means. This is something I found at the open-air stage which was transported with the body. I naturally assumed that you would recognize it, since you took a photo with it after all. But since you don't, allow me to fill you in on what I found on the stage. On what I found at the stage actually belongs to, the knife. Okay. Let us take a good look at the murder weapon that was used to kill Manny Kowakin. Yeah, there we go. On the handle of this knife there is a beautifully blooming flower. However, it would appear that it's missing a single petal. Now let's see what happens when we try to fit this pick in that open slot. It's a perfect fit. I assume that the petal must have fallen off the flower during Mr. Kowakin's murder, and then it was accidentally placed into the pushcart along with Mr. Kowakin's body. Grrr. That's an interesting story, nothing more. Oh, I assure you it's more than just a story, because for some odd reason this flower petal was wet when I found it. It was wet, you say? Yes, and the only place it could have gotten wet from is the open-air stage's pool. Now I ask you, how did a part of the weapon which was smuggled into the theater wind up in the open-air stage area on the Babali side of the embassy? I don't think I need to waste any words explaining this, as this petal explains it all for me. It proves that someone went from the Rose Garden's pool on through into Babal. Impossible! The people of Zengfa have been waiting to see you face to face, Mr. Alba. I'll tell everyone back home we'll be there soon. You should be happy. Why? Why? It's a little late to be asking that question. You should have known from the very beginning. When you took your first life, no matter how you may plot, how you may try to cover it all up, you can never hide from your crime and what you've done. Because we're here to see to it that justice is served to people like you. You can't call what you've given a perfect argument. You know, I don't think this guy is going to ever admit to his wrongdoings, Mr. Edgeworth, because he values himself above all else. People who can't be negotiated with, or people who refuse to admit when they've lost. I don't believe those kinds of people really exist, because everyone breaks eventually. You're right, in that case I have no choice but to use all the evidence I have. I'll use it all until he breaks under the weight of his crimes. Mr. Alba, I request that you testify once more. This really will be the end of the line. I'm running out of time. I'm gonna have to spoil myself so as to know how much there is left of the game, because I don't know if I'm gonna have enough time with what I have left. Hold on. How long is that last part? I'd like to at least know how long it is, because if it's super long like that last one, it's gonna take over an hour, and I don't have an hour. Oh, come on. I'm looking for it. Okay, so that was the part I just did. Let's see, how long is it? It seems like I might have enough time. Well, we'll see. I don't know. Oh, we'll see. I'll try. It's really annoying, because if there's like half an hour left and I don't have half an hour, that's... Mr. Alba, I request that you testify once more. As if there is anything else for me to testify about. I still have yet to fully prove that it was Mr. Alba who murdered Mr. Kowakin. Well, I would like to hear about your movements before the murder occurred. I wonder if you could tell us about what you did here at the Theatrum Neutralis. Very well, I suppose I could tell you about that. Because about all I did was watch the Steel Samurai stage show. Elaborating on even that alone is good enough for me. The only way for me to place this man under arrest is to pinpoint the exact location of where the murder took place, for that is the key to this investigation. I watched from the last row. The stage was well lit, but it was dark out in the audience. I swear I was there in the audience, but it's hard to prove that, I suppose. I do remember the contents of the show very well, though. Is that proof enough for you? Those moving scenes were seared into this old man's heart. I'll never forget them. So you were in the theater proper watching the Steel Samurai stage show, were you? Of course I was. I have a great fondness for the Steel Samurai. Hey, yeah, I was pretty cool up there, wasn't I? You're not the one who was cool, it's the Steel Samurai who is cool. Yeah, and the Steel Samurai's special finishing move today was really something. Hey Edgy! Who is she? Who is the super cute girl? She's been standing here this whole time and only now he notices her? Her name is Kay Faraday, and she's helping me in my investigation. Sorry I didn't get to introduce myself earlier, but better late than never. Yes, okay, I'm Larry Butts! Silence in the peanut gallery. There's no time for such trivialities at a time like this. Mr. Prosecutor, this is that final battle. You got that? I know. This is the end. For that man there. Now that's the kind of thing I like to hear. I think I'll give trusting you a try, Mr. Prosecutor, or rather Mr. Edgeworth. I leave this critical battle up to you. Mr. Edgeworth, have no fear. I will finish the job. This really is the end game. The time has come to expose every last one of Mr. Alba's lies. The Steel Samurai show. I watched from the last row. The stage was well lit, but it was dark out in the audience. I swear I was there in the audience, but it's hard to prove that, I suppose. I do remember the contents of the show very well, though. Is that proof enough for you? Those moving scenes were seared into this old man's heart. Hold on. Well, I remember the contents of the show as well myself. That's nice. That's nice. Miles Edgeworth, don't allow yourself to be riled up by him at this important juncture. I wasn't planning to let him. Well, if you ask me, I think I'm the biggest Steel Samurai expert around here. And didn't you think the climactic scene of today's show was just totally awesome? Yes, I remember that well, and that spectacular special move. The way you delivered the final blow against the evil magistrate's early summon rain jab. Oh, that scene will live on in my heart forever. Is that how it went? Yeah, I totally forgot about that. How can you forget your own special moves? That's the special attack that the Steel Samurai uses when he's using the Samurai Spear. Yes, and today was the first time they showed it off, was it not? If I hadn't watched the show, then how could I answer you with the name of the move? I suppose you are correct, but if you could please elaborate on this point for me. Well, is it really what happened? Because the spear was bent. Well, I'm not cold with that blanket, but I'm sweating also. It's too hot, if anything. The special move today was the earlier summer rain jab. Is that your final answer? You little irritating gnat. Do you think you can trip me up by asking me the same question over and over? That was not my intention. Your testimony is more than sufficient. However, I believe it would be wise for you to take a look at this. The samurai spear? What about it? The spear actually never made it on stage today. Excuse me? Heh. Unfortunately for you, tonight's Steel Samurai happened to be a goof of a young man with an abundance of useless hot-bloodedness. Having said that, said useless man bent the spear during his rehearsal this evening. Kay, do you remember what the Steel Samurai's special move was tonight? It was the Steel Samurai Sushi Slash. Correct, because he couldn't use the spear, a last-minute change was made. Had you really been watching the show, you would have known the move that was used. Quercus Alba, you didn't watch even a single minute of the Steel Samurai stage show tonight, did you? So if he wasn't watching the show tonight, then it opens up the possibility that he was busy killing Mr. Kowagan instead. Yeah, I'm supposed to stop normally. Look, give me a few minutes. I'm gonna go see whether we're gonna have dinner straight away or not. And if not, then I might have just enough time to finish this. But I'll be right back. If you give me a few minutes. I'll be right back. I'll put an ad during that time. I'll be right back. Well, I have a few minutes left, like maybe 15 minutes tops, so... I'll try to finish this now, if I can. So where were you during the show? I demand an answer now. Okay, well, I'm not gonna try. What is so funny? You're so sloppy. And so are your conclusions. I still insist that I watched the show, or most of it in any case. What do you mean by most of it? You see, during the show, I left my seat for a spell to visit the bathroom. I assume that was when that dramatic scene was played out on stage. That is the loudest, lamest excuse I've ever heard in my laugh pile. Yeah, just because he got the name of the move wrong. We can't really use that as proof that he didn't watch the show at all. No. As a fan of the Steel Samurai, I had wanted to watch the entire show, honest. As a Steel Samurai fan, for someone who wasn't even in a seat for the climax of the show, you have no right to call yourself a Steel Samurai fan ever. Who said all it? The Steel Samurai? Himself? Who was that just now? It would be I, young lady. Larry, what are you doing interrupting me like that? Edgy, just hold for a second, I beg. You may never accept this old man as a Steel Samurai fan, but I totally think he's a Steel Samaniac. What exactly is a Steel Samaniac, man? I believe he meant to say Steel Samurai Maniac. Yeah, and trust me, I know a real fan when I see one because I'm the Steel Samurai. I will never acknowledge you as a true Steel Samurai. What are you getting so worked up over, Mr. Edgeworth? It appears that the real Steel Samurai recognizes me as a fan, as well as he should, for I am a fan. It's not as though I missed the entire show. It was a most amazing show filled with the spirit of the young and the young at heart. The sarcasm dripping from his long wooden nose couldn't run any thicker. Getting the name of the move wrong only proves that he didn't watch the last scene. What I really need here is something more definitive, something that links Mr. Alba directly to the murder of Mr. Manny Kwaken. You know what, Gramps? You're really something else. I'm honored to receive such praise from the Steel Samurai, but what is it for? Well, I was just wondering how you found out about the early summer rain jab. That move is a bit of a secret that only a small portion of the staff know about. Wait, it was a secret? Larry, wait, what did you just say? Huh? Did I say something stupid again? Did you say that the early summer rain jab was actually a secret? Well, maybe I shouldn't have said secret. It's more like we only decided on the name of the move right before the start of the show. Right before? Yeah, the stage director was going nuts because we were supposed to debut the move. About 5 minutes before the show, we threw it up on the dressing room's whiteboard. Early summer rain jab, that's kinda how we decided the name of the move. But by that time, I'd already banned the spear, so I guess the whole thing was kinda pointless. All of you Steel Samurai actors are the same. The director has my complete sympathy. So basically, because we changed the move to the sushi slash, we kinda pretended that the early samurai rain jab didn't exist at all. I mean, it'd be bad if someone found out we changed the move, so we made it a secret. So basically, a gag order was issued for publicity's sake. It almost makes the early summer rain jab sound like a lost art. Yeah, which is why I think most of the staff haven't even heard of the move. Hold those lips of yours still. What the heck, old man? I've done nothing but listen, and from what I can tell, it's all very unrelated to the case. It's all very tedious and a pointless exercise in wasting time, much like a kids show. Mr. Alba, I believe the one who should be quiet now is you. How dare you? I suspect that you've already noticed exactly what the very severe implications are in this man's testimony. Ah, so now you're trying to bully me, huh? There are no implications to be read into a behind-the-scenes story of a kid's show. Don't even think about trying to slither your way out of this, Quercus Alba. You were the one who said it yourself that the name of the move was Early Summer Rain Jab, but that name was only decided upon right before the show was about to start. So, just what are you driving at? That the name of the move you told us was never used in the show or said aloud. Now then, would you care to tell us about how you found out the name of that move? Because I can only think of one way you could have known. Quercus Alba, this is the only way you could have known the name of the special move. You saw it. You knew the name because you saw it. You saw it on the dressing room's whiteboard. The staff members who knew were keeping it a secret, so you couldn't have simply gone up to a staff member and asked. Which means that the only other option left is that you saw it on the whiteboard. So that means that Mr. Alba was in the waiting room at some point, right? But what's the big deal, sir? I don't see what that means. There is another piece of evidence that has a great deal to do with the dressing room, so we can't afford to let this slide. This is related to both the dressing room and to Mr. Kowakin's murder. What, this?
Take that.
There is a very close connection between this and the dressing room, and what sort of connection would that be? Oh, shit. Okay, well, I made a mistake. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Yeah, it was on the picture, it was the push cart. I know. This is related to both. The push cart. Okay, where is it?
Take that.
The push cart that was used to move the body was right there in the dressing room. During the show, the push cart awaited its turn to be pushed on stage in the dressing room. And it was finally pushed there along with the Iron Infant in the last scene of the show. And then right after the show ended, it went into Alabast along with the Steel Samurai. Which means that the only time the killer could have placed the body inside the pushcart was when the pushcart was in the dressing room backstage. So basically the killer has to be someone who visited the dressing room during the show. Precisely. Ah! Oh, but wait. What if, and this is just a what if the murder didn't take place in the dressing room? What do you mean, Kay? I have to admit she brings up a valid possibility. During the show, the dressing room was supposed to be devoid of people. Anyone going into the private dressing room would stand out like a sore thumb. But despite that, the killer still managed to move the body with the pushcart. Correct, and it is because the setup of the theater's dressing room that it would be the ideal location for the murder of Manny Kowakin. Quercus Alba, during the show, you went down to the dressing room, and I want to know why. Yes. Yes, I was there. I went into the dressing room. I knew it! I'm placing you under arrest right now, pal. That's not enough.
Objection.
It's not enough proof yet. Not so fast. What is it now? Hey. Don't I deserve a chance to explain myself? Explain? What is there to explain? I believe I told you earlier that I went to the bathroom. Well, I got lost when I did. I wanted to ask for directions, but when I opened the dressing room door, no one was inside. And that's when I saw the name of the move on the whiteboard. You punk, still trying to get out of this. Do you really think you can get away at this point? Mr. Edgeworth, is there anything you can do to stop him? I don't have enough evidence on hand to do anything. I don't have the airtight evidence I need to put this man away for good. But if that's what I need, then perhaps. Agent Lang, I believe an investigation of the dressing room in question is in order. It's possible that we may find new evidence there. Yeah, if Mr. Edgeworth pokes around in there, I'm sure he'll find some new facts, pal. Oh, and if we use Little Thief, we may even learn something from a recreation. We don't need to do any of that. What? Wolfie? How could you? I'm not saying this to be mean. It's just that we've already searched there. My men really are something else, and they found nothing? There's only one thing I can say to you, sis, and it's that they found nothing. That's it. I guess you're right. If they had found something, they would have reported it to us. They couldn't find anything because there was nothing there to find. And if there is no info to feed into Little Thief, then I can't do much to help either. Is this the end? The murder took place in this theater, which is not protected under extraterritorial rights. And the fact that it was Mr. Alba himself who committed the murder. If I can prove both statements to be true, Mr. Alba walks away a free man. Is there no other course of action left to us? It would appear that your hand of cards has turned out to be... yeah, well, whatever. Now if you'll excuse me. Because of you people, I missed my flight. Now I must make haste to arrange for a new one. Yeah, I'm running out of time. I don't have time anymore. I'm gonna have to stop the stream. There is practically nothing left of the game. 15 minutes maybe, but I don't have those 15 minutes. Tell you what. I'm gonna have dinner. And I'm gonna come back afterwards. And even if it's only to stream for like 30 minutes. I would like to have the whole game streamed in full. And have it archived on my YouTube channel. So I'll be back later. And at that moment, well, I will be streaming the rest of the game. I don't have a choice, unfortunately. It's just dragging on and on and on and on, and every time I think it's gonna be over, there's always a hold it, and then there's something else to prove, and well, I'm gonna have to go now. I'm terribly sorry. I'll be back later then. Just bear with me. And if you would like to see the ending, well, in an hour from now, maybe, or thereabouts, or maybe even less than that, I will be back and I will be streaming the rest of this. I'm not even gonna turn off the game. I'm just gonna let it run like this, and I'll be back to it later then. See you in a moment.